Front, wombo, side. Front, knees up. Just one T-step this time. I suppose we could call that a wombo. Right wombo, go to the corner. To the side, basic. Tail step for the last time. Face out. Outside leg over. Whoa. Wombo. Corner. Basic. And halftime basic. Just up, up, down. I'm going to slow it down here, get ready to do some weight work. So far, I have avoided this week's family curse on gravity. 2 more. Last time. Okay, let's do some weight work. Go ahead and pick up a set of weights, or if you don't have weights with you, you can follow along with us anyway. Just going really, really tight and controlling with resistance through the muscle groups we're working. All right, let's step touch, row it up, lower down. Keeping the legs moving. Please taper a little bit. We don't want the blood to have pooled in the limbs. When you work out strenuously, the blood is sent out from the heart and the core of the body into the limbs. And that helps us, for one thing, intake oxygen, and it helps as a cooling agent. All right, lift those elbows high. One more time. All right, legs apart. Let's take one side, reach up, and pull it down. Is that the bad shoulder, Joyce? Okay. Be careful with that one that's still recovering. And you had your surgery how long ago? January, so that was 11 months, 10 months, 11 months. Took me a long time after the broken collarbone I could exercise, but I felt it severely. All right, back to the center, bicep curls. And 2 counts right here. Keep the bend in the knees, keep the elbows in tight. All right, here comes the chorus, Joyce, sing it. Say my name, say my name. You don't know this one? What is it? TLC? What? Somebody help me. Camera crew? Okay. Now let's take the other side up here, push it up, lower down. No, I listen to the music, I just don't know the names of the groups. Especially those boy groups like Boys, what is it? NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys. I can't tell them apart. They all sound the same, and then when you look at them, one of them has the guy with the purple hair. 4 more, but I don't know which one that is. 2 more. Okay, let's hold it right here. Let's take one weight down. Let the other one come up. We're gonna work the triceps. Elbows in close to the temples, slightly in front. Let's push up. 2 counts up and down. Pressing against this muscle right here. This is the tricep group. So you're pushing your palms away from you. Breathe out. Breathe in. Excellent. Let's do at least 4 more here. And then we get to cool down and stretch it out. The toughest part of the workout. All right, let's release. Put the weights out of the way. Okay, once you're back and ready, go ahead and breathe in. Take a big deep breath all the way in. And without straining your lower back, press over to one side. stretch out along the side. Knees are bent. Bring it down to the other side. Okay, that feels pretty good. Let's bring it back to the center. Let's take a heel up to the platform, raise the toe, and lean out forward. You know, one woman who comes to my fitness classes was saying she sees my television program and she thinks I'm too reserved on camera. When the camera's on, I'm too reserved. Okay, let's step up, press the heel down, and bend that back knee. Push back, stretch out the tricep area we just worked. So what can I do to be less reserved in front of the camera? Joyce says I should wear a clown nose. Okay, let's come on back. Toes up and lean out over that leg just till you feel a stretch up the hamstrings. Back of the leg. No, don't anybody suggest alcohol. That's out of the question. Okay, let's come on up. Press the heel down. Come on up and back. I think what she meant is like the stories about things that family members did, things I talk about in class are the unabridged versions. Let's come on back. Knees over the ankle. Let the hips sink down toward the floor. All right, come on back. Knees over the ankle. I'm feeling that frog in the throat sensation now. I always thought that was a pretty funny term, frog in the throat. Can you get a visual of that? Let's bring it up to the center. Let's inner thigh stretch, down to one side, reach up and extend. All right, let's go the other way. Reach up and extend. Bring it to the center, breathe in. Exhale out. We want to thank you for being here with us today at the Cascade East Gresham Club. And we want to thank Eastside and Westside Athletic Club for helping bring this program to you. And we hope you'll be with us the next time on the next Body Smith workout.
Welcome to the Portland Roots Music Project. Tonight we present the Kathy Walker Band.
what you hear only your eyes to believe. I'm not trying to be something that I shouldn't be. Why you feel the need to prejudge me? Yeah. Oh, gonna do my thing. Got my own thing. May not be your thing. Don't point that thing at me. I wasn't raised up in the church, it's true, but religion pours out of my soul. If you have some catalog idea of what I should say and do, I don't wanna know. Gonna do my thing. Got my own thing. May not be your thing. Don't point that thing at me. If I'm not your vision of hypnotism, if I'm not your vision of cool, your suppositions gonna ruin half the world for you. Point at me, you got 3 points back at you. When you look at me, you don't expect this. Oh, what you hear doesn't lead your eyes to believe. I'm not trying to be something that I shouldn't be. So why you feel the need to prejudge me? Got my own thing. Gonna do my thing. May not be your thing. Don't point that thing at me. Got my own thing. Gonna do my thing. Oh, may not be your thing. Oh, don't point that thing at me.
I guess I kind of came to it late. I've always been fairly shy, and it never really occurred to me to get up and sing in front of people. And actually Bruce kind of heard me singing along, and
I forced her into it.
yeah,
So.
he's like, "What's wrong with you? You need to sing." So I've just been working it from there. So I've had a lot to learn about, performing. I'm still shy in front of people, but I try to loosen up.
The other side of the fence, may not like what you find. but you pack your bags and leave me one more time. It's a grass and it's sweeter where you have peace of mind. The other side of the fence, ooh, man, I like what you find. I know I should have expected it when you told me we're leaving again. Oh, when I took you back the second time, should have known you'd fool me again, my friend. Other side of the fence, you may not like what you find. Oh, but you pack your bags and leave me one more time. It's a grass and it's sweeter where you have peace of mind. The other side of the fence, ooh, man, I like what you find. I told you I was your destiny. Oh, I guess I made a mistake. Turns out you were looking for the easy way. Oh, I guess you just don't think that I have what it takes. The other side of the fence, may not like what you find. Oh, but you pack your bags and leave me one more time. If the grass and it's sweeter where you have peace of mind. The other side of the fence, ooh, and I like what you find. Oh, am I too old for you? Am I too cold for you? Should I known that this thing wouldn't work? Oh, why did you try and please me? If you were just gonna up and leave me, we could have saved ourselves both a world of hurt. Yeah. Go ahead, Dave. They flashed on keys. I know I should have expected it. You told me we're leaving again. When I lay you back the second time, oh, I should have known you'd fool me again, my friend. On the other side of the fence, may not like what you find, but you pack your bags and leave me one more time. It's a grass and it's sweeter when you have peace of mind. The other side of the fence, ooh, oh, man, I like what you find.
Who I really love is Gladys Knight, but I think a lot of influence may come from country music that I was forced to listen to as a child. But, you know, I don't see that big a difference between soul and country because, you know, they both have a lot of emotions and a lot of the, you know, like Ray Charles, for example, has, you know, sings country, sings soul, he does both, and they're just not that different. So I don't know, and I listen to Aretha Franklin, Chaka Khan, really just a lot of the soul singers. Al Green,
Bobby Womack.
Bobby Womack. Listen to a lot of people. I don't know what one person did my influence, but listen to a lot.
It's funny how relationships change. I used to blush at the mention of your name. I don't expect things to stay the same. I don't understand how I get all the blame. Now what am I gonna do with a baby? What am I gonna do with my life? I know I'm old enough, but I'm still alone. I don't want congratulations for doing it all my own. What am I gonna do with a baby? I called my mom and she said, "What do you want from me?" She said, "Isn't this the way I always told you it would be?" I said, "I know you're right. I never thought I'd be alone in this situation. So tell me, what am I gonna do with a baby? What am I gonna do with my life? I know I'm old enough, but I'm still alone. I don't want congratulations for doing it all my own. What am I gonna do with a baby? Why did it come to this? Our sin didn't end with that last kiss. If you can't stand by me, then how you gonna stand by her? It's so sad it took this to know the real Jesse Schmuck on guitar. Whoa. Why did it come to this? Oh, you know our sin didn't end with our last kiss. If you can't stand by me, then how are you gonna stand by her? It's so sad it took this to know the real you. Yeah. baby. Oh, now, what am I gonna do to the baby? Oh, what am I gonna do?
Growing up, I listened to a lot of Tower of Power and Earth, Wind and Fire, and my influences from them actually, I mean, the way I arrange is completely different from those styles. So my other big influence that I actually tried to emulate are the Memphis Horns, who did, you know, just about every Stax record there was. So a lot of the Memphis artists.
The hill is hard to climb, the road's rough and rugged. Makes me wish that I was back in my buggy, but I get along. I get along, you know I will. Cause if some dog in the street finds himself a bone, I get along. Yeah. Now loving you, baby, made me a poor chooser. You can bet your life this time I ain't gonna be no two-time loser. I get along. Oh, you know I will. Cause if some dog in the street finds a silver bone, I get along.
Get along without you, baby. Get along without you, baby.
You say that you wanna leave me. You say that you want me free. Well, do whatever you choose, baby. You know it matters less to me. 'Cause I'll get along. I get along. Oh, you know I will. 'Cause if some dog in the street finds himself a bone, I get along. Oh, you say that you wanna leave me. You say that you wanna be free. Well, do whatever you choose, baby. You know it matters less to me 'cause I'll get along. Yeah, you know I will. 'Cause if some dog in the street finds himself a bone, I'll get along. Yeah.
We got a three-piece horn section, and I've got a couple of really great musicians we play with, and they're a lot of fun to run them through the paces and arrange for them because they're both very talented.
Running through the streets, there's no home, doesn't have enough to eat. If he can survive on scrounged out, tossed out, leftover food, somebody's pulled out the window. If he can survive, then I'll be fine without you. I'll be fine without you, baby. Better than fine. I'll be doing great. So you get your stuff. Socks on the floor. Head on out. 'Cause I'm through.
More and more, I find the songs I'm writing as a way to get out some of my problems. You know, some of them are true stories, some aren't, but And so it's challenging since I'm home with kids all day. It gives me something to do to, like, you know, try to make the words fit so you're communicating as much as you can in just a few minutes. And for me, it's really just a need I have to get up and show off in front of people, I guess.
Brother, how I wish you were here. It would make things oh so clear. Missing you, I spoke to you anyway, then you just faded away. Brother, how I wish you were here. Never wanted to say goodbye. You're not here, so I just cry. I want you around. Never wanted to say goodbye. You're not here, so I just cry. I want you around. Brother, how I wanna hear you speak. Feel your hands out.
And here, musicians kind of work together and they're friends with each other, and
It's still competitive,
it's
but
still
it's
competitive,
more.
but it's more friendly.
It's a friend, and I think people realize here that as a town like Portland, which in the greater scheme of things is a smaller town compared to the Atlantas and the Nashvilles and the New Yorks and the LAs, that what's good for one of us is good for all of us, and you know, you always try to go in with that type of attitude and try to help each other out, because if one of us goes on from here, that's good for all of us.
I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce the band to you. Starting on my far right, Dave Fleshner, man with a big smile on the keyboards. Next to me is Leah Hinchcliffe, plays the bass like no one else. And behind me, Rob, we sometimes call him Bobhead Schnell on drums. And over here, the tall man of the group, Jesse the Funk Schmuck. And over on this side, the high voltage horns. Right here, Alan Jackson. James Gregg. I'll come up with an adjective for you later. And Bruce, the big man, Withicum on baritone saxophone. And all together with the Kathy Walker Band. Do the things that keep a smile on the face. Do the things that make you feel better every day. And you got to stay on your P's and Q's. If you don't know a mind, you can easily lose. Oh, I had love, true love, and then I lost it. And I'm suffering all the pain that it caused me. A woman's gotta have, I believe. She's gotta know she needed around. When you kiss her, you gotta make her feel it every time. She's gotta know she's not walking on shaky ground. Valuable lessons, all meant to learn. Don't take for granted the smile on her face. Look a little bit closer, you might find a tear trace. the girl might get herself a mumbling word, but you gotta make sure that her voice is heard. Oh, love, true loving in a lost, and I'm suffering all the pain that it cost me. The woman's gotta have, I believe, she gotta know she's needed around. When you kiss her, you gotta make her feel it every time. She gotta know she's not walking on shaky ground. Yeah, yeah. Oh, James. Mr. Flugel, James Gray. Don't take for granted the smile on her face. Look a little bit closer, 'cause you're gonna find a tear trace. Maybe the girl might get herself a mumbling word, but you gotta make sure that her voice is heard. I had love and then I lost it. Oh, and nobody can help me find this pain that it cost me. Mama's gotta have, I believe, gotta know she's needed around. When you kiss her, you gotta make her feel it every time. She gotta know she's not walking on shaky ground. Oh, one gotta have it, I believe. She gotta know she's not walking on shaky ground. Oh, you gotta make her feel it. She gotta know she's not walking on shaky ground.
This is Democracy Now!
U.S. government are offering to the world free trade and war, free trade and militarization, and we think they are the two faces of the same thing. U.S. invited Iraq, and now they are proposing a free trade area in that region of the world.
As thousands take to the streets to protest the FTAA summit meeting, we go live to Miami to hear an exclusive Democracy Now! Report.
There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
Mario Savio. We take a look today at the Berkeley free speech movement of 1964 and Savio, who was one of its leaders. Amy Goodman is in Berkeley, California, and she'll be interviewing folks to reflect on that. Also, a day after twin bombs rocked Istanbul and killed 27 people, we go to Turkey to speak with the Christian Science Monitor's bureau chief in Istanbul. All coming up on Democracy Now! Welcome to Democracy Now! I'm Juan Gonzalez. Amy Goodman is in Berkeley, California at KPFA Studios and will join us via ISDN. But first, the headlines. In Turkey, the death toll of Thursday's twin bombing against British targets has risen to 27. More than 450 people were injured. Among those killed was Roger Short, Britain's top diplomat in Istanbul. Today, British and Turkish officials vowed to join together to fight those who carried out the attacks on the British consulate and the headquarters of the British bank HSBC. A Turkish news agency reported that an anonymous caller said the attack was a joint effort between Al-Qaeda and a Turkish group called the Islamic Front of the Raiders of the Great Orient. Police have reportedly arrested 7 Turkish citizens in connection with the bombings. In London, protests Thursday of between 100,000 and 200,000 demonstrators against President Bush's state visit occurred there. In Trafalgar Square, tens of thousands celebrated when a larger-than-life effigy of President Bush was taken down in a manner meant to resemble the pulling down of Saddam Hussein's statue in Baghdad. The BBC reported the demonstration may have been London's biggest weekday protest ever. The White House played down the size of the opposition. First Lady Laura Bush said, quote, "We actually have not seen that many protests. I don't think the protests are near as large as everyone was predicting before we got there." Meanwhile, President Bush told a crowd in London that the invasion of Iraq was in part necessary to save the United Nations. Bush said the UN would have suffered the same fate as the League of Nations if UN resolutions were not backed up by force. In other comments Thursday, Bush surprised many at the Pentagon when he acknowledged more U.S. troops may be needed in Iraq. He vowed to do, quote, "whatever is necessary to secure the country." Free Trade Area of the Americas talks ended early last night in Miami after ministers from 34 countries accepted a watered-down proposal in order to save the talks from total collapse. All that was agreed to was to scale back the FTAA scope in a deal that is being described as FTAA light. Outside the meeting, more than 10,000 union members marched through downtown Miami. Also, more than 70 people were arrested and dozens more were injured at the hands of Miami police. Tear gas and rubber bullets were repeatedly fired into the crowds of protesters, hitting both protesters and journalists. We will have a full report from Miami later in the show. In a blow to President Bush, 2 major unions, the United Auto Workers and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, have publicly opposed the massive energy bill before the Senate. The Teamsters Union last weekend also withdrew its support for the legislation. Meanwhile, a filibuster led by the Democrats may block the bill, which represents the largest overhaul of U.S. energy policy in a decade. Among the other things, the bill would shield from lawsuits the makers of the gasoline additive MTBE, which contaminates water supply. The bill also gives out nearly $26 billion in tax subsidies to the energy industry. In other news from Capitol Hill, 85 Democratic legislators have vowed to give up their membership to AARP or to never join the organization in order to protest the group's decision to back a Republican plan to overhaul Medicare. And the House has also voted to establish a National Museum of African American Culture, a move long sought by Congressman John Lewis of Georgia. In Baghdad, the Iraq Oil Ministry and the Palestine and Sheraton hotels came under a rocket attack this morning. The Associated Press reports more than a dozen rockets were fired from donkey carts at the targets. There were no reports of fatalities. On Thursday, a Thai military camp in the Iraqi city of Karbala came under mortar attack. The Washington Post reports the Department of Homeland Security is expected to abandon a program that forced men living in the U.S. from 25 predominantly Muslim nations to register with the government. Over the last year, thousands of men were arrested or deported when they showed up at government offices to register. Of the 83,000 visitors who voluntarily registered, nearly 14,000 were ordered to be deported. A new report by the House Committee on Government Reform has determined that more than 20 people have been killed by FBI informants in the Boston area since 1965, often with the assistance of FBI agents. And the FBI has allowed innocent men to be sentenced to death in order to protect informants. No FBI agent has ever been disciplined. The report concluded that the FBI's use of killers as informants, quote, must be considered one of the greatest failures in the history of federal law enforcement. And in the music world, Michael Jackson surrendered Thursday and was arrested on multiple charges of child molestation. And famed record producer Phil Spector was charged with murder in the shooting death of a woman earlier this year. And that's some of the headlines today. You're listening to Democracy Now!
If you love this land of the free,
bring 'em home, bring 'em home.
Bring all troops back from overseas. Bring 'em home, bring 'em home.
It will make the generals sad, I know. Bring 'em home, bring 'em home. They want to tangle with the foe. Bring 'em home, bring 'em home.
They want to test their weaponry, but bring 'em home, bring 'em home. Here is their big fallacy.
Bring 'em home, bring 'em home.
Our foe is hunger and ignorance. Bring 'em home, bring 'em home. You can't beat that with bombs and guns. Bring 'em home, bring 'em home.
I may be right, I may be wrong. Bring 'em home.
Bring 'em home if you love Uncle Sam. Pete Seeger with Billy Bragg, Annie DeFranco, and Steve Earle. You're listening to Democracy Now! I'm Juan Gonzalez. Amy Goodman is in Berkeley, California today. She joins us by ISDN from Pacifica Radio's KPFA studios. Hi, Amy.
Hi, yeah, it's good to be with you, and very beautiful to hear Steve Earle and Pete Seeger, Ani DeFranco, and Billy Bragg, as the Tell the Truth tour is in Miami right now for the FTAA protest. Also, Pete Seeger is going to be tomorrow at the School of the Americas protest at Fort Benning, Georgia, where thousands are headed to protest the School of the Americas, what many call the School of the Assassins. So from FTAA to the School of the Americas, it is certainly a weekend of protest, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing Jeremy's report, Jeremy Scahill with John Hamilton and Anna Noguera at the FTAA. Jeremy and John were both shot with rubber bullets. It was a very serious hit by the Miami police, and we'll hear that report soon.
Yes, and also you're going to be at the protest also in Fort Benning tomorrow.
That's right. I'll be headed there along with Democracy Now!'s Elizabeth Press, and we'll be bringing back the sounds of that protest as many people plan to cross the line, as they have for many years, onto the base, protesting the training of Latin American officers and protesting who has been trained at the School of the Americas, like those involved with the killing of Archbishop Romero in El Salvador decades ago. Also, Juan, just listening to you read as I sit here in Berkeley and going to be bringing you guests to talk about the free speech movement of 1964, a kind of forebear of the protest movements today. Interesting to hear about the protests against the AARP. Yesterday I was reading a very interesting piece in the Wall Street Journal about a new survey of AARP members commissioned by the AFL-CIO, showing that only 18% want Congress to pass the Medicare package. Meanwhile, Democrats, calling the AARP the American Association of the Republican Party, are vilifying the head of the AARP, William Novelli, as a longtime closet Republican who forfeited his leverage and cut a lousy deal. Senate Minority Leader Tom Daschle saying that AARP may have a conflict of interest because it might sell prescription drug policies to seniors under the legislation. And it goes on just to talk about where the AARP has gone and the revolt of the grassroots within the organization.
Yes, and of course the AARP, many people don't realize the influence of the organization. This magazine is the largest circulation magazine in the United States. I think it's over 20 million in circulation. So it has had enormous influence. It's unfortunate that it's becoming so partisan. But we're going to get to some of these issues later on the show. We're going to go now to Turkey, where the death toll of yesterday's twin bombings against British targets has risen to 27. More than 450 people were injured. Among those killed was Roger Short, Britain's top diplomat in Istanbul. Today, British and Turkish officials vowed to join together to fight those who carried out the attacks that hit the British consulate and the headquarters of the British bank HSBC. A Turkish news agency reported that an anonymous caller said the attack was a joint effort between Al-Qaeda and a Turkish group called the Islamic Front of the Raiders of the Great Orient. We're now joined by, on the telephone by Eileen Prusher. She's the Istanbul bureau chief for the Christian Science Monitor. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Eileen.
Thank you.
Could you tell us what the situation is there right now, and perhaps, if you can, what this Islamic Front of the Raiders of the Great Orient is?
Well, on the first question of the situation right now, I'm in the center of town, and Turks are still trying to come to terms with yesterday's events, trying to repair all of the shattered shops and buildings. We see some of them working on it. Some of them, of course, are sort of damaged beyond use, and will have to be rebuilt. At the same time, the government is working on the investigation. Now, the group that you mentioned, has been heard of before. Now, they had actually taken responsibility for Saturday's twin synagogue bombings, but then, in fact, that call was discredited, and several experts on terrorism had said that that group was small, that its leaders were either in jail or had been killed, and that they had no ability to carry out such an attack. But being that this is the second time they're taking responsibility, it does raise the question that perhaps this group has managed to resurrect itself, as it will, perhaps with assistance or encouragement, financial or otherwise, from Al-Qaeda, and it may actually be the group that's behind it. And if that's so, it certainly shows that this is not simply an international Al-Qaeda arm, but that this has a very strong Turkish element in it, and that, at least some Turkish nationals were very clearly involved in planning this week of bombings.
Do you get the sense that this indicates perhaps an expansion to Turkey in a major way of the continuing battle of Islamic fundamentalist groups against the United States and Britain?
It's very possible. A lot of people asking that question, and when you pose it to Turks, they say, well, I certainly hope not. But it certainly took some very sophisticated coordination and planning to be able to plan twin bombings twice in 1 week. So it does suggest that perhaps this could be the start of something wider. Now, Turkey, as we all know, is a good friend to the U.S., but did oppose the war in Iraq and didn't want U.S. soldiers to come through here, but then recently voted to send Turkish troops into Iraq, and then that decision was basically put on hold, and the troops will not be sent. But for those in the world of Al-Qaeda and other Islamic fundamentalists, certainly Turkey is seen as a potential target because it's a Muslim country that has a secular government that has been very pro-Western for a long time, a long-term member of NATO. And those are things that certainly make it sort of the exact opposite of what Osama bin Laden and other Islamist ideologues would like to see in Muslim countries throughout the region.
Well, we've reported.
You mentioned.
I'm sorry, Amy. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that you mentioned that Turkey had opposed the war, but I think it would be instructive to look back at what actually happened, how the parliament voted, what the leadership wanted, and what the people of Turkey wanted, and then how that decision turned around.
That's true. The government, or let's say the leaders, technically did say that they wanted the parliament to vote in favor of that. However, it seemed clear that at the time there wasn't a lot of effort put into that. There wasn't a lot of lobbying of the members of parliament to vote in favor. And in fact, you're right to point out that the measure actually only failed by a few votes. So it wasn't as though there was a sort of overwhelming majority against it. But the polls, however, showed that well over 90% of Turks were very much opposed to the war in Iraq, and I don't see that those figures have changed. But at the same time, Turkey values its relations with the West, with the U.S. in particular, and a lot of effort has been put into repairing relations in the last few months, and that's what resulted in the Turkish parliament agreeing just very recently to send its troops to Iraq, which in fact, of course, will not be going for the time being.
The callers, did they give any indication why the attacks were done at this time? Whether it was linked more to the Iraq war or to Al Qaeda's continuing worldwide battle against the United States?
No, as far as we know, there wasn't a reason given. As far as we've been informed at this time.
And also it's clear, as you say, that the overwhelming majority of the Turkish people were opposed to the Iraq war. But in Turkey, is the situation similar to Saudi Arabia, let's say, where there's significant support for Al Qaeda in the general population?
No, in fact, I would say on the contrary, the vast majority of Turks would say that they think Al Qaeda is an extremist group that has, given Islam a bad name, and most people are very vehemently against it. But I think that you can probably find a very small fringe of people who either do support it, or at the very least who would say that they would like to see Turkey have a more Islamic character as a country, because the government has gone to great lengths to make sure that it has a secular outlook, and that means that women who wear Islamic headscarves can't even go into public buildings like universities or government buildings. So, in fact, there has been for a long time some resentment among more conservative Islamic groups inside Turkey. Whether some of those might be sort of lurching, further from the mainstream and towards Al Qaeda, it's possible. But if so, it's been a very underground and covert movement until now, and we really haven't heard from them until these unfortunate attacks this week.
And where do?
I'm sorry,
I was just going to ask, where do the Kurds fit into this picture? In terms of the bombings, we have been covering them for, the whole issue of Turkey going into Iraq, the Kurds protesting this in Iraq, now the unrest in Turkey and the bombings. Have Kurdish leaders spoken out?
As far as we've seen in Turkey itself, no. However, we have had indications from the government that they've stepped up operations against Kurdish separatist groups, namely the PKK in southeastern Turkey. Now, that war had been put on hold for a few years, and it seems like the gloves are back off again, and there has been some fighting going on, but it really hasn't affected the vast majority of people in Turkey or in Istanbul in particular. Some of the bombers who were involved in Saturday's synagogue bombings were actually from southeastern Turkey. So whether or not there could be some kind of link between these extremist Islamic groups who are presumed to have carried out these bombings and Kurdish groups is a question that we can't really answer yet, but the government is certainly looking into it, because there are a few Kurdish groups that have acted in northern Iraq, and they have acted alongside a few far-right, let's say, Kurdish Islamic groups, such as one called Ansar al-Islam.
Well, I'd like to thank you very much for being with us. Eileen Prussia, Istanbul Bureau Chief of the Christian Science Monitor, who's been giving us an update on the situation there after the bombings. You're listening to Democracy Now! We'll be back in a moment. Silence on the Kaza Steps. That's music from the Turkish singer Sadel Turkas. You're listening to Democracy Now! I'm Juan Gonzalez. Amy Goodman is in Berkeley, California. Free trade area of the Americas talks ended early yesterday evening in Miami after ministers from 34 countries accepted a watered-down proposal in order to save the talks from total collapse. All that was agreed to was to scale back the FTAA scope in a deal that is being described as FTAA Light. More than 10,000 union members from across the country marched through downtown Miami to protest a meeting where some 2,500 police officers from more than 24 law enforcement agencies had converged. While that demonstration passed without incident, the day was marked by extraordinary police violence against demonstrators. Repeatedly throughout the day, security forces deployed on the streets of Miami fired rubber bullets and tear gas at demonstrators. 70 people were arrested and scores injured as police used both concussion grenades and stun guns outside the hotel where the FTAA summit was taking place. Democracy Now! Correspondent Jeremy Scahill was shot twice with rubber bullets, as was independent filmmaker John Hamilton, who was working with Democracy Now! In Miami. We turn now to a report produced by Jeremy, along with Ana Noguera and John Hamilton. The piece is narrated by Jeremy Scahill.
The streets of Miami outside of the FTAA ministerial conference became a militarized zone. Thousands of riot police dressed in full-body armor guarded the Intercontinental Hotel from the thousands of protesters who descended on Miami to protest the free trade area of the Americas. The forces deployed in Miami wielded a variety of weapons. Large rifles fired hard rubber cartridges and rubber bullets, stun grenade launchers, various forms of tear gas and other chemical agents, as well as electric shock tasers. Many people were gassed in the streets. Scores were hit by rubber bullets. Volunteer medics treated the wounded in the midst of baton-wielding police moving in on the crowds. In the face of the significant amount of police violence, many simply asked why. Like one young man whose apparent crime was holding his fingers in a peace sign in front of the riot cops. He was shot numerous times by pepper spray bullets and once at close range by a rubber bullet in the stomach.
I can't understand why I don't have the right to protest in my own country. Why can't I do this? I've never gone to a rally before, a political any kind. And here I come, and I see police presence, $8.5 million spent on this. We could have built an elementary school or something. I don't understand that. It makes me sick. Why are people shooting right now? No one has guns. Everyone's got cameras. People just want to get their voices heard.
As the security forces fired indiscriminately into the crowds, Miami police officials presented their case to the media. Lieutenant Bill Schwartz is a spokesperson for the Miami police.
There have been no major incidents. We have one officer injured, fell against a curb, was pushed. It's going to be okay. Our approach is to show a lot of force, to show that we've been trained, to work as a team, no individual action. See, even my media team, we're all together. No one's going to work alone. And we're going to show that this is a very coordinated effort and a very uniform effort so that the crowd will get the feeling, get the understanding very quickly that we're ready for any contingency. Now, our main objective is to let the vast majority of peaceful protesters protest. There have been a few people who want to push us and test our strength, and I think they're learning that our strength is pretty significant.
That significant strength, as Lieutenant Schwartz put it, startled many of the internationals who came here to protest the FTAA, people like Hector de la Cueva, head of the Mexican Action Network on Free Trade.
I never see so many violations to the right of expression, to the right to demonstrate, so controlled by the police, so harassment. It's really incredible in a country that's supposed to be democratic, and I don't see the democracy by anywhere. I think the freedom and the right to express is really violating here, and so I think we are in an environment very violent, but not because the protesters, but because the police. That is really bad attitude here in Miami. That's what I am looking.
The police in Miami also deployed undercover officers, some of whom dressed like the young protesters in the streets. Some of them even had signs on their backpacks that said, "FTAA sucks." Justin Melito, an organizer with the AFSCME union in Maryland, witnessed an incident between what appeared to be police provocateurs and protesters.
There was a citizen was standing and talking to some of his friends, and a group of what I guess are undercover officers, because none of them were identified as police. In fact, they looked like they were protesters in that they had buttons and things on, ran and tackled the guy and threw him to the ground. And when some of his friends tried to pull him away from the police pulled out taser guns, or whoever they were. They never identified themselves, and they act more like a gang of thugs. Pulled out taser and electric guns and started, screaming at other protesters, and they began to tackle some of the other citizens and throw them on the ground. And even when they were pulled behind the riot police, you could hear the sound of the electric tasers continuing to hit the unarmed protesters.
Was it the people who were dressed like protesters had tasers?
Yes. Yeah, the assumption is that they're undercover cops, but, clearly a very unprofessional group of individuals, didn't identify themselves, and were swinging punches, things like that. And it's unfortunate that the police have resorted to this level of tactics, but I think it's indicative of what is to come if a trade agreement like the FTAA goes through.
And where did the guys who were in plainclothes that had the tasers, where did they go?
They ran behind the police line.
And the police allowed them back behind the line?
Absolutely, yes. The police allowed them back behind the line and protected them. And so the assumption may be that they're police officers. But again, this is what happens to democracy, and this is what happens to people's rights when FTAA and agreements like that go through. And we see an increase of this presence of police to defend a meeting and to beat up and electrocute citizens who are opposed to trade policies and who are opposed to the destruction of the environment and labor laws. And I think you don't have to look any further than the line of riot police to protect a meeting to know that this is exactly why people are out here, is because this is a democracy movement, and we don't have a democracy in this country anymore.
We're standing here on the streets of Miami in the midst of the protests against the FTAA. Helicopters are in the air above us, and I'm standing in front of a long stretching line of police officers dressed in full body armor. They're just a small fraction of the more than 9,000 security officers and police officers that have been deployed on the streets of Miami for these protests. They came from 40 counties around Florida. The budget for this very militarized presence on the street came in part from the $87 billion Iraq spending bill, some $8 million allocated to Miami for security at the protests.
Medea Benjamin from Global Exchange is a veteran of the anti-corporate globalization movement and has been to Iraq several times in the past year.
Well, our movement has always seen the connection between militarism and corporate-led globalization, and we say that in Iraq we see it in its starkest form, the hidden hand of the market and the iron fist of the military. So it's interesting that the U.S. government doesn't try to hide that anymore either, and they take money out of an allocation for what is mostly military venture in Iraq, a little bit in Afghanistan, and throw in a little money to the police here to repress the anti-corporate globalization folks. So the connections are clear. We make them, they make them.
For a brief moment during Thursday's protest, there was a pause in the police violence outside the ministerial meetings. That's when thousands and thousands of rank-and-file union members began their legally permitted rally and march. Among the thousands of union members were more than 2,000 steelworkers who traveled from across the country to say no to what they called Bush's FTAA. AFL-CIO President John Sweeney was among the labor leaders in attendance, and the rally drew a sizable number of unions from Miami. James Bush is with the Laborers Union 478, which represents thousands of workers in the Miami area.
We're here today because we're for fair trade, not free trade, to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to have a job. We've lost millions of jobs out of the United States, and it's time that it stops. Somewhere we got to draw the line. And we're saying that we want jobs here for our people. Our people got to be able to make a living. We just can't keep giving our jobs away to other countries. This should be America first. This should be the thing that we think about. We should be able to look out for our people that are here. We got people here, especially here in Miami. We got the highest poverty level in the nation, right here in Miami. The people here need some jobs. And we're about fair trade, not free trade.
My name is Sushma Sheth, and I work with the Miami Workers Center. We're here today because we live and work in Miami, and we're concerned that Miami is being used by the corporate global agenda to further exploit people of color and low-income communities. Miami is currently the poorest city in the country. We have the greatest level of inequality in the country. We have the richest community in the country here as well. We've seen far too long how the corporate agenda has been able to exploit and further oppress people. We've been working over the past year to educate people in the community about what the FTAA is, what it's really about, and who it's really serving. And we're here specifically to fight for the right to protest and to stop the FTAA.
My name is Cindy Weissner, and I'm here supporting the grassroots. I came out here to support Root Cause. We came out here to march 3 days, workers from different organizations talking about the local impact if the FTAA is enacted, but also making the connection between the local and the global and what the corporations here, for example, we marched with a coalition of Immokalee workers who are fighting against Taco Bell because Taco Bell purchases the tomatoes that they pick, and for over 20 years their wage has remained the same and the exploitation has continued. So they're out here talking about what it is the push and pull effect of the most of the workers are Mexicanos, but they also have workers from Haiti, from Guatemala, from all the way Honduras, but they talk about themselves as the direct results of these free trade agreements, having to cross the border to be able to survive, to be able to send money back, and making the connections that we're still here suffering because of these policies and because the corporations are exploiting folks here as well. Also, another organization is LIFT, Low-Income Families Fighting Together, predominantly African-American community here in Miami and Liberty City that has been fighting against the demolition of public housing and bringing in the issue of how is it that we're here spending millions and millions and millions of dollars militarizing the city for protesters, for people to come and speak the truth. And at the same time, you have hundreds and hundreds of people homeless, and you have hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people who are wanting to be pushed out, so that you can make this a playground for the rich and for the elite and for the corporations, as poor and working class people here in Miami don't get an opportunity to have a say and be able to say that, you know, what we need is education, what we need is healthcare, what we need is housing. And that's the same thing. It's not only the self-interest of people here, but it's the self-interest of the workers around the world. And that is why we marched 34 miles to symbolize the march for each of the countries that was here at the Intercontinental Hotel, negotiating the fate, playing chess with the lives of people in this country and around the world.
I'm Reverend Graylin Scott Hagler. I'm pastor of Plymouth Congregational United Church of Christ in Washington, D.C., and national president of Ministers for Racial, Social, and Economic Justice. As a person of faith and people of faith, and there's going to be a good presence of churches that are going to be here today and have been here working, is that it is a part of our moral and religious duty. Because if you look at the entire biblical tradition, talks about justice and people not being exploited, and clearly economic formulas like this is set up to exploit people and to enrich corporations, and obviously that is something that we need to continue to resist, because people should be able to enjoy that which their land produces for themselves and for their families and for the integrity of their communities, and not for the wealth of someone else.
In addition to the labor unions and U.S. grassroots groups and organizations, there were indigenous leaders from the Americas in the streets as well. People like Chief Arthur Manuel from British Columbia in Canada. He's a spokesperson for the Indigenous Network on Economies and Trade.
We're trying to expand the framework because this is a 500-year-old battle. We've been fighting this with settlers 500 years. And when people want to know what FTAA does, take a look at the Indian population. Take a look at the reservations in this country. That's what will happen to you. if you allow those companies to totally control your lives. And that's what they're trying to do, from the Arctic to the Antarctic. And you have to learn from indigenous people. What we can do is we can add a new debate, because people here talk about values. The values they talk about is job, employment opportunities. They talk about farming rights. They talk about good workplace and those kinds of things. But we're talking about here, those we're adding the dimension of land rights, because only I can say that I have land rights in this Oklahoma territory that go well before Canada, well before the United States. And I can say to the Microsoft, or I can say to Weyerhaeuser, or I can say to Interpor, no, you have no original property interests here. We do. And so I think the people who value the human rights and those that own the land have to get together. Indigenous people and common ordinary Americans, common ordinary Canadians have to get together, and let's face up to this beast called FTAA.
Once the union crowd and their permits began to disperse, the police seized on the opportunity to escalate their violent attacks on the protesters. As the Miami sun began to set, the bloodiest period of the day fell on the city. George W. Bush was not in Miami for the FTAA meetings. He was facing massive protests across the Atlantic in Britain, where hundreds of thousands took to the streets to oppose his invasion and occupation of Iraq. The connection between those protests and the ones here in Miami were not lost on Hector de la Cuerva from the Mexican Action Network on Free Trade.
Well, we think that the Bush are offering to the world the worst he could offer. U.S. government are offering to the world free trade and war, free trade and militarization, and we think they are the two faces of the same thing. U.S. invited Iraq, and now they are proposing a free trade area in that region of the world. Here in America, they are trying to create a free trade area, but just in case, there are more and more military presence of U.S. in the whole continent. So we think these two sides, militarization and free trade, are the same, and we rejected this policy of the Bush administration.
For Democracy Now!, this is Jeremy Scahill with Ana Noguera and John Hamilton in Miami.
That report was produced by Jeremy and Ana Noguera from Democracy Now! And John Hamilton from the Workers' Independent News Service. We have to take a break. We'll be back in a minute. Singing We Shall Overcome. You're listening to Democracy Now! I'm Juan Gonzalez, and Amy Goodman joins us from Pacifica Radio's KPFA studios. And Amy, you're in Berkeley for the 7th annual Mario Savio Memorial Lecture.
Right, that was last night. In the process, doing a lot of research into just what the free speech movement was all about. Certainly something that many people don't have to research because they were there. But there's a whole new generation of people who were not. Last night it was very interesting to meet a number of people who are deeply involved in that movement. I'm looking now at a new book that's out, Juan, called The Free Speech Movement, Reflections on Berkeley in the 1960s. And it talks about Mario Savio and the free speech movement. It begins by saying, beginning in 1969, the Berkeley campus of the University of California chose to revamp the traditional graduation exercises. The reason for the change attested to the continuing impact of student activism unleashed by the free speech movement of 1964, known as FSM. The director of public ceremonies, a faculty member, summed up the problem in a memo to the chancellor. He said, "Before this year, the campus accepted our choice of representative student speakers. From now on, we're in trouble." The message could not have been clearer. Its implications went far beyond the choice of graduation speakers. In the 60s, first on the Berkeley campus, then nationally and internationally, students tested the limits of permissible dissent, challenged the conventional wisdom in unprecedented ways, and insisted on participating as active agents in the shaping of history. That's the achievement of the free speech movement, and each new class at Berkeley inherits that legacy. And there's an introduction by Robert Cohen, who's one of the editors of this book, and he talks about the man who played the leading role in the free speech movement. He was the Berkeley Student Rebellion's most eloquent orator, the one who first spoke from atop the police car that his fellow protesters surrounded and immobilized on October 1st, 1964, to prevent the arrest of Jack Weinberg, a civil rights activist whose only crime had been to defy the administration's prohibition against political advocacy on university property. He was Mario Savio, and his rousing words in the mass protest around the police car on Sproul Plaza, the central campus thoroughfare, helped to launch the free speech movement. And Savio's Operation of the Machine speech, which was given just before the December Sproul Hall sit-in, not only set the tone for the nonviolent occupation of the administration building, which culminated in the largest mass arrest of students in American history, but also became the most famous oration in the early history of the New Left. I want to go just to an excerpt of that speech right now. This is Mario Savio.
We were told the following: if President Kerr actually tried to get something more liberal out of the regents in his telephone conversations, why didn't he make some public statement to that effect? And the answer we received from a well-meaning liberal was the following. He said, would you ever imagine the manager of a firm making a statement publicly in opposition to his board of directors? That's the answer. Well, I ask you to consider, if this is a firm, and if the Board of Regents are the Board of Directors, and if President Kerr, in fact, is the manager, then I tell you something, the faculty are a bunch of employees, and we're the raw materials. But we're a bunch of raw materials that don't mean to have any process upon us, don't mean to be made into any product, don't mean to end up being bought by some clients of the university, be they the government, be they industry, be they organized labor, be they anyone, or human beings. There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
That was Mario Savio speaking in 1964. Amy?
Yeah, that's right. And last night I went over to the steps where Mario Savio gave that address that now has a small plaque, and it was a battle to get that, but a small plaque that, well, it doesn't refer to the free speech movement, but it does say Mario Savio Steps, and it was dedicated in 1997. He died in 1996. And Juan, we're joined today by the widow of Mario Savio, who was a key member of the free speech movement herself, Lynn Holloway Savio. Lynn Hollander Savio. And we're also joined by Michael Rossman, who is trying to maintain the free speech movement archive and was an active member himself, walked in that day, as Lynn did, and so many thousands of others, to Sproul Hall. Can you talk about that day, Lynn?
Yeah, sure. When I hear those words, it still makes me cry, you know. It was a tremendous moment for all of us, I mean, because we felt so determined to right what seemed to us just an incredible injustice that was going on the Berkeley campus, and so full of a sense that we, working together, could accomplish something that would affect, you know, our lives and other people's lives.
To back up for a minute, going back to why this free speech movement developed in Berkeley, we're talking about the summer of 1964. Michael Rossman, maybe you can talk about the significance of that summer in this country.
Well, you actually have to back up because this developed at Berkeley because this locale has been intensely progressive since the 30s, and this was the place where the revolt against the House Un-American Activities Committee happened in 1960. It was substantially organized by Berkeley students, and a lot got arrested in the protest against that. That is what broke the back of the principal force of repression against free speech in the country. From that point on, a student movement started to spread relatively unfettered, concerned itself mostly with issues of peace and civil rights for the first years up to 1964. There had been great civil rights activity in the whole Bay Area, student-led successively from 62, 63, 64. 500 students were involved in precinct work. The Republican convention was coming to town, and a bunch of radical Republican students wanted to go picket against Scranton, the anointed choice, and so on. And we came to school, back to school.
This was the Goldwater Republican Convention, right? Barry
Yes.
Goldwater.
And we came back to school that fall, we, including a number of activists, not only Mario, but a bunch of others who had been down in Mississippi summer working to register voters in the South, when potential voters and activists were getting killed with a lot of passion. We came back to school, and the university administration said, well, sorry, you can't give out pamphlets, you can't recruit members, you can't raise money for student political organizations on campus anymore. Over the previous 7 years, when the New Left had been rising, we had gotten shoved to the very edge of campus in this little 20-foot brick strip where we put our pitiful little card tables to conduct these activities. They said, go. So we soon actually had reason to think that this was due to the administration being called by Bill Noland, the publisher of this, at that time, reactionary Oakland paper. In any case, we began to organize a dissent. We negotiated for 2 weeks fruitlessly, and finally took our tables for various causes, in particular civil rights causes, SNCC and core cables, and set them up not on the edge of campus, but right in front of the administration building, and started handing out literature and collecting donations. And lo and behold, they brought a police car on campus. That came to be commonplace, but no one had ever seen police on a university campus come to arrest students in political activity ever in this country. They came and arrested a core organizer, Jack Weinberg, put him in the car, started to take him away, and we sat down around the car.
This was the key moment.
This was the explosive
sitting down
moment.
around the car, October 1st, 1964.
3,000 students sat around this car and kept it from taking Jack off to prison for about a day and a half. And we had a dialogue. Mario stepped on top of the car as the first person to speak, and there was an open microphone there for 30 hours. It was literally the first...
Bettina Abtucker, also one of the key organizers within free speech movement.
Yes.
A whole parade of mundane heroes and heroines, I swear. I had never heard a public dialogue in America until that time. I was a graduate student. They brought in 600 cops. They were about to arrest us and beat us into the ground with the orders given them. And at the very last moment, our negotiating committee announced a deal had been reached with the president of the university to call off the cops, release the imprisoned core worker, and negotiate the issues of political activity. A committee was formed by the administration, stocked with administration representatives, and it went on from there, both downhill and uphill, until we had gotten the entire campus involved in dissent and protest.
November 20th.
When you say the
actually the anniversary. Go ahead, Juan.
I'm sorry. When you say you're getting the entire campus involved, what forms did that take?
It took every form we could. Mainly we talked. We talked to each other. We talked in the dormitories. We talked in the departmental convocations. We talked on the public square in the middle of Sproul Plaza for rallies and meetings every day while the faculty and administration detoured.
And Lynn, the professors got involved as well.
Yes, there was a very strong movement. There were both conservative professors working on the behalf of the administration, and there was a large group of what we called the Young Turks on the faculty, who some of whom were quite brave because they didn't even have tenure yet, who worked tirelessly to organize faculty to support the students.
And you had a group called the Committee of 200 of professors.
Yes, yeah.
Who were taking on the administration as well, so they were being hit from all sides. So you had November 20th, which was actually the anniversary yesterday. That was one of the major marches of students on campus. And then you move into those days of December that led to, well, we just heard Mario Savio giving that address, and the sit-in at Sproul Hall. The largest number of students ever arrested in U.S. history.
I think at the time it was the largest number of anybody ever arrested in U.S.
But it's
history.
important to understand that it was important not because of the largeness of it, but because it was the very first time that students had been arrested in protest on a university campus. We shut down the strike afterwards. Half the campus turned out, paralyzed the campus for several days until the academic senate finally came and voted in our favor that we should that free exercise of speech should not be restricted. This was the first time the students had gone to the wall anywhere in the country to defend free speech, and it opened the doors afterwards. Immediately, the following spring, we began to organize the first mass anti-war movement in the country. The movement against the Vietnam War didn't technically begin with this, but it did on a mass basis. And
Lynn, your thoughts when you walked into Sproul Hall to occupy, to take over. You had, at points, there were hundreds of police. Is that right?
Yes,
On campus, 1,000 police. You knew this was changing everything.
Yes, and we were scared because the police image we had was of very big, very brutal people. Most of us had never really had a confrontation with a policeman in our life. We were largely white middle-class students. But we felt that, working together, we were a strong force. And just the power of that moment is really unforgettable, Amy.
And Lynn Hollander, could you tell us a little bit about Mario Savio himself? I mean, what led him to take these actions and to provide the leadership that he did in those days?
Well, Mario grew up a very serious Catholic student, and the tradition of the Catholic social justice movement was extremely important to him. And in his high school days, he became involved with I believe the Newman Club, and went to Mexico to do some improvements in the villages there. And so he came, when he came to Berkeley, he had this already dedication to and compassion for people that he felt a moral obligation to act upon. And then he went to the South. He went to Mississippi in the summer of 1964. And you know, that summer was the summer that 3 civil rights workers were murdered in Mississippi: Andrew Goodman, Mickey Schwerner, and James Chaney. And for people who read about that, let alone the people who had been in Mississippi and experienced the terror and that black people in Mississippi lived with every day of their lives, to come back to the university and then find that they were being prevented from doing anything on campus about that situation was just untenable.
I just want to say, Juan, before we wrap up, as we look at the free speech movement of 1964 and Mario Savio, right through to today, last night I met some young people who are facing administration sanction for being part of the major protest of more than 1,000 people on Berkeley campus the day after the invasion began. That was March 20th of this year. Michael Smith, Rachel Otis, and Snehal Shingavi. And while the charges were dropped against more than 100 students, they have been sentenced to community service, and there is a big movement on campus to challenge that administration sanction, hearkening back to 1964. And they were there last night talking about Mario Savio and a movement that began here in Berkeley in that summer of 1964.
And that's going to have to do it for today's show. I want to thank Lynn Hollander Savio, the widow of Mario Savio, Michael Rossman, one of the members of the free speech movement. Both were involved with him in 1964 in the free speech movement. That does it for today's show. For a copy of today's program, call 1-800-881-2359. Our website is www.democracynow.org. Our email address is mail@democracynow.org. Democracy Now! Is produced by Mike Burke, Sharif Abdul Qudus, Anna Noguera, Elizabeth Press, Jeremy Scahill, and Paraz Sharma. Mike DeFilippo is our engineer. I'm Juan Gonzalez with Amy Goodman at KPFA Studios in Berkeley. Thanks for listening.
States of unconsciousness. He had what we are told is a relaxing dinner with the First Lady.
Greatest
at 8 o'clock,
power
Andy
on the
Card,
face of the earth.
Vodafone is confident.
It has big
150 channels, 24 hours a day. You can flip through all of them, and still there's nothing worth watching.
So you're taught to be a passive, obedient follower. And unless you can break out of those habits, you're a victim of propaganda. But it's not that hard to break out.
So tune in to Radio Vision with your host, David Barsamian, for interviews with leading activists, scholars, and artists from around the world. Radio Vision airs every Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern and again at midnight, here on Free Speech TV.
Radiation on television.
Experts would get on television and tell us why we're there.
Reports of total confusion in the American public.
It is very hard sometimes to get a picture of what reality is.
If something seems wrong with the picture here, I don't think you're going to be able to fix it by simply adjusting the dial.
What is happening to the world lies at the moment just outside the realm of common human understanding.
Outside the framework that society has created.
The picture snaps a little better into focus, though, when you look.
Hello and welcome to the weekly Bible lesson. I'm Mark Unger. You know, everywhere you look these days, there are messages about how to change, shape, or fix the body in some way. Television, radio, the web, billboards saturate our lives with these messages. Stay with me for a different kind of message today. One that will help us think about ourselves and our bodies in a new way, from a spiritual perspective. I've found that a more spiritual view of myself takes my focus away from my body and gives me greater freedom, more energy, more dominion over my body, and happiness in my life. So stay with me and we'll learn more about that right now. The subject of our lesson this week is soul and body. And the citations I'll be reading can be found in this publication called the Christian Science Quarterly. It leads off with this verse from the book of 1 Corinthians in the Bible. Glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. Now, these verses from the book of Philippians expand on this theme. Brethren, I count not myself to have apprehended, but this one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind, and reaching forth unto those things which are before, I press toward the mark for the prize of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus. Let us therefore, as many as be perfect, be thus minded. And if in anything ye be otherwise minded, God shall reveal even this unto you. For our conversation is in heaven, from whence also we look for the Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ, who shall change our vile body, that it may be fashioned like unto his glorious body, according to the working whereby he is able even to subdue all things unto himself. Therefore, my brethren, dearly beloved and longed for, my joy and crown, so stand fast in the Lord, my dearly beloved. Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say, rejoice. And the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. Now unto God and our Father be glory forever and ever. Now the lesson continues with 6 sections where I'll be reading from both of these books, the Bible and Science and Health with Key to the Scriptures, which brings out the spiritual meaning of the Bible verses that I'll be reading. So I'll begin with section 1 in the Bible, the book of Psalms. O Lord, thou hast searched me and known me. I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. Praise ye the Lord, for it is good to sing praises unto our God. He telleth the number of the stars. He calleth them all by their names. 1 Corinthians. There is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. For one star differeth from another star in glory. Isaiah. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. Lift up your eyes on high, and behold who hath created these things, that bringeth out their host by number. He calleth them all by names, by the greatness of his might, for that he is strong in power, not one faileth. And now from Science and Health. The divine mind maintains all identities, from a blade of grass to a star, as distinct and eternal. The questions are, what are God's identities? What is soul? Does life or soul exist in the thing formed? Nothing is real and eternal. Nothing is spirit but God and his idea. The one spirit includes all identities. The identity or idea of all reality continues forever. But spirit, or the divine principle of all, is not in spirit's formations. Soul is synonymous with spirit, God, the creative, governing, infinite principle outside of finite form, which forms only reflect. Identity is the reflection of spirit, the reflection in multifarious forms of the living principle, love. Soul is the substance, life, and intelligence of man, which is individualized, but not in matter. Soul can never reflect anything inferior to spirit. Man is the expression of soul. The Indians caught some glimpses of the underlying reality when they called a certain beautiful lake the smile of the Great Spirit. Separated from man who expresses soul, spirit would be a non-entity. Man divorced from spirit would lose his entity. But there can be no such division, for man is coexistent with God. Man and woman as coexistent and eternal with God forever reflect in glorified quality the infinite Father, Mother, God. Section 2, Psalms. Rejoice the soul of thy servant, for unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. For thou art great and doest wondrous things. Thou art God alone. 1 Corinthians. The Lord knoweth the thoughts of the wise, that they are vain. Therefore let no man glory in men. Romans. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse, because that when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man, and to birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. 2 Corinthians. Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship hath righteousness with unrighteousness? And what agreement hath the temple of God with idols? For ye are the temple of the living God. Wherefore come out from among them, and be ye separate, saith the Lord, and touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you, and will be a father unto you. And ye shall be my sons and daughters, saith the Lord Almighty. Science and health. Man is spiritual, individual, and eternal. Material structure is mortal. The material body, which you call me, is mortal mind. And this mind is material in sensation, even as the body, which has originated from this material sense and been developed according to it, is material. Soul, being spirit, is seen in nothing imperfect nor material. Divine science shows it to be impossible that a material body, though interwoven with matter's highest stratum, misnamed mind, should be man, the genuine and perfect man, the immortal idea of being, indestructible and eternal. Were it otherwise, man would be annihilated. Rightly understood, instead of possessing a sentient material form, man has a sensationless body. And God, the soul of man and of all existence, being perpetual in his own individuality, harmony, and immortality, imparts and perpetuates these qualities in man through mind, not matter. To divest thought of false trusts and material evidences in order that the spiritual facts of being may appear. This is the great attainment, by means of which we shall sweep away the false and give place to the true. Thus we may establish in truth the temple or body whose builder and maker is God. Section 3, Psalms. Come, ye children, hearken unto me. Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking guile. Depart from evil, and do good. The Lord redeemeth the soul of his servants, and none of them that trust in him shall be desolate. 1 Kings. And behold, there came a man of God out of Judah by the word of the Lord unto Bethel. And Jeroboam stood by the altar to burn incense. And it came to pass, when King Jeroboam heard the saying of the man of God, which had cried against the altar in Bethel, that he put forth his hand from the altar, saying, Lay hold on him. And his hand which he put forth against him dried up, so that he could not pull it in again to him. The altar also was rent, and the ashes poured out from the altar, according to the sign which the man of God had given by the word of the Lord. And the king answered and said unto the man of God, Entreat now the face of the Lord thy God, and pray for me, that my hand may be restored me again. And the man of God besought the Lord, and the king's hand was restored him again, and became as it was before. Romans. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. And from Science and Health. Christian Science explains all cause and effect as mental, not physical. It lifts the veil of mystery from soul and body. It shows the scientific relation of man to God, disentangles the interlaced ambiguities of being, and sets free the imprisoned thought. A material body only expresses a material and mortal mind. A mortal man possesses this body, and he makes it harmonious or discordant according to the images of thought impressed upon it. You should banish all thoughts of disease and sin and of other beliefs included in matter. Lurking error, lust, envy, revenge, malice, or hate will perpetuate or even create the belief in disease. Errors of all sorts tend in this direction. Your true course is to destroy the foe and leave the field to God, life, truth, and love, remembering that God and his ideas alone are real and harmonious. Observe mind instead of body, lest aught unfit for development enter thought. A change in human belief changes all the physical symptoms and determines a case for better or for worse. When one's false belief is corrected, truth sends a report of health over the body. Man is harmonious when governed by soul. Hence the importance of understanding the truth of being, which reveals the laws of spiritual existence. Section 4, Leviticus. I am the Lord your God. Ye shall therefore sanctify yourselves, and ye shall be holy, for I am holy. 1 Corinthians. Know ye not that your bodies are the members of Christ? Flee fornication. Every sin that a man doeth is without the body, but he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body. What? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own? Romans. What shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? God forbid. How shall we that are dead to sin live any longer therein? Let not sin therefore reign in your mortal body, that ye should obey it in the lusts thereof. Neither yield ye your members as instruments of unrighteousness unto sin, but yield yourselves unto God as those that are alive from the dead, and your members as instruments of righteousness unto God. For sin shall not have dominion over you. Psalms. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord will give grace and glory. Science and Health. The miracle of grace is no miracle to love. The conceptions of mortal erring thought must give way to the ideal of all that is perfect and eternal. Selfishness and sensualism are educated in mortal mind by the thoughts ever recurring to oneself, by conversation about the body, and by the expectation of perpetual pleasure or pain from it. And this education is at the expense of spiritual growth. If we array thought in mortal vestures, it must lose its immortal nature. Physical sensation, not soul, produces material ecstasy and emotion. If spiritual sense always guided men, there would grow out of ecstatic moments a higher experience and a better life with more devout self-abnegation and purity. Soul has infinite resources with which to bless mankind, and happiness would be more readily attained and would be more secure in our keeping if sought in soul. Higher enjoyments alone can satisfy the cravings of immortal man. We cannot circumscribe happiness within the limits of personal sense. The senses confer no real enjoyment. The good in human affections must have ascendancy over the evil, and the spiritual over the animal, or happiness will never be won. The attainment of this celestial condition would improve our progeny, diminish crime, and give higher aims to ambition. There is moral freedom in soul. Section 5, Psalms. O my soul, thou hast said unto the Lord, Thou art my Lord. I have set the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoiceth. My flesh also shall rest in hope. For thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Thou wilt show me the path of life. Job. For there is hope of a tree, if it be cut down, that it will sprout again, and that the tender branch thereof will not cease. Though the root thereof wax old in the earth, and the stalk thereof die in the ground, yet through the scent of water it will bud, and bring forth boughs like a plant. But man dieth and wasteth away. Yea, man giveth up the ghost, and where is he? If a man die, shall he live again? 1 Corinthians. Some man will say, How are the dead raised up? And with what body do they come? Luke. That the dead are raised, even Moses showed at the bush when he calleth the Lord, the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. For he is not a God of the dead, but of the living, for all live unto him. In Science and Health, life is the law of soul, even the law of the Spirit of truth, and soul is never without its representative. Nothing can interfere with the harmony of being, nor end the existence of man in science. That life is not contingent on bodily conditions is proved when we learn that life and man survive this body. The material and mortal body or mind is not the man. If you take away this erring mind, the mortal material body loses all appearance of life or action, and this so-called mind then calls itself dead. But the human mind still holds in belief a body through which it acts and which appears to the human mind to live, a body like the one it had before death. This body is put off only as the mortal, erring mind yields to God, immortal mind, and man is found in his image. The fading forms of matter, the mortal body and material earth, are the fleeting concepts of the human mind. They have their day before the permanent facts and their perfection in spirit appear. The crude creations of mortal thought must finally give place to the glorious forms which we sometimes behold in the camera of divine mind when the mental picture is spiritual and eternal. Mortals must look beyond fading, finite forms if they would gain the true sense of things. And section 6, 1 Corinthians. Now we have received not the spirit of the world, but the Spirit which is of God, that we might know the things that are freely given to us of God. But the natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him. Neither can he know them, because they are spiritually discerned. 2 Corinthians. For we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle were dissolved, we have a building of God, an house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. Matthew. Jesus taketh Peter, James, and John his brother, and bringeth them up into an high mountain apart, and was transfigured before them. And his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. And behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias talking with him. Then answered Peter and said unto Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If thou wilt, let us make here 3 tabernacles, one for thee, and one for Moses, and one for Elias. While he yet spake, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them. And behold, a voice out of the cloud, which said, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear ye him. And when the disciples heard it, they fell on their face and were sore afraid. And Jesus came and touched them and said, Arise and be not afraid. And when they had lifted up their eyes, they saw no man save Jesus only. And as they came down from the mountain, Jesus charged them, saying, Tell the vision to no man until the Son of Man be risen again from the dead. 1 Thessalonians. The very God of peace sanctify you wholly. And I pray God, your whole spirit and soul and body be preserved blameless unto the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. Faithful is he that calleth you, who also will do it. Psalms. I will praise thee, O Lord my God, with all my heart, and I will glorify thy name forevermore. And from Science and Health. Science reveals the glorious possibilities of immortal man, forever unlimited by the mortal senses. These so-called material senses must yield to the infinite spirit named God. St. Paul said, For I determined not to know anything among you save Jesus Christ and him crucified. 1 Corinthians 2:2. Christian Science says, I am determined not to know anything among you save Jesus Christ and him glorified. Immortality, exempt from age or decay, has a glory of its own, the radiance of soul. Immortal men and women are models of spiritual sense, drawn by perfect mind and reflecting those higher conceptions of loveliness which transcend all material sense. The sinless joy, the perfect harmony and immortality of life, possessing unlimited divine beauty and goodness without a single bodily pleasure or pain, constitutes the only veritable, indestructible man whose being is spiritual. This state of existence is scientific and intact, a perfection discernible only by those who have the final understanding of Christ in divine science. As mortals gain more correct views of God and man, multitudinous objects of creation which before were invisible will become visible. When we realize that life is spirit, never in nor of matter, this understanding will expand into self-completeness, finding all in God, good, and needing no other consciousness. When we learn the way in Christian Science and recognize man's spiritual being, we shall behold and understand God's creation, all the glories of earth and heaven and man. Well, that's the Bible lesson for today, and I hope you've gotten some good ideas on how to begin or to continue to cultivate your own spirituality. It's so important for a better and happier life, I've found. If you'd like to look further into this Bible lesson on your own, there's a couple different ways you can do that. You can stop by the nearest Christian Science reading room in this area and just ask them about the Bible lesson. Or, 24 hours a day, you can go online to spirituality.com to access this Bible lesson. In fact, at spirituality.com, there's a whole community there of spiritual seekers like yourself that you can interact with. So, thanks so much for joining me, and I hope to see you again. I'm Mark Unger.
America's freshwater supplies are in critical condition. The Environmental Protection Agency reports 40% of our nation's fresh water is too polluted for swimming, fishing, and drinking. Even in the backcountry, it is no longer wise to drink untreated surface water.
watersheds are really made up not just of the streams, but the lands that surround them. So if we see tremendous degradation in our water systems, then it's an indication of what's going on the surfaces next to them.
Pollution from industry and sewage treatment plants is no longer the greatest threat to our freshwater supplies. The greatest threat is a result of our growing, sprawling population. Scientists call it non-point source pollution, but most of us know it as runoff.
Non-point source pollution results from all human activities in all watersheds. It's not something you can blame on somebody else. You can't point to somebody else's activity and say that they're the ones who are causing this. It's each of us.
We are slowly poisoning our waters, and few of us even know it.
Each and every one of us live directly on a stream. When we turn on the tap, when we flush our toilets, when the runoff comes out of our storm drains, we are connected very directly and very immediately with that river. And everything we do has an impact on it.
It is a problem that could haunt our children, their children, and all the generations that follow. Americans must now face the fact that we all live downstream. Freshwater has sustained life on Earth for millions of years. Time and time again, it has cycled through our atmosphere, falling from the skies as rain, sleet, or snow, nourishing the Earth, and returning to the skies through evaporation. Freshwater is the lifeblood of human existence, flowing from highlands to lowlands, and generation to generation. The Tualatin River is one of our nation's most studied freshwater sources. It springs to life in Oregon's Coast Range, dancing over waterfalls and gathering momentum as it rushes through the heart of lush northwest forests. The river slows to a crawl as it reaches the flatlands, carving a path through the fertile Tualatin Valley. Near the end of its 83-mile journey, the Tualatin tours several Portland suburbs, then empties into the larger Willamette River. Like many of America's freshwater sources, the Tualatin is feeling pressure from growing populations and development. Water quality specialist Ron Miner says the Tualatin provides a perfect example of what is happening to freshwater sources across our country.
It makes a unique laboratory to talk about how can American civilization cope with itself and preserve the quality of the environment around it.
One of Miner's specialties is the history of the Tualatin Basin. He understands how urban and rural development have taken a toll on this river.
And we have developed this basin to make it more amenable to human endeavors. We have made dramatic changes in the way the water is going through the streams. We have, first of all, changed the flow rate and the hydrology. We've changed the amount of natural treatment that goes on within the system. And then we have added new waste loads to the whole system in addition to that.
Development in the Tualatin Basin began more than 150 years ago. Early settlers logged timber from the hillsides to build homes, businesses, and towns. They drained wetlands and removed native vegetation as they prepared the land for agriculture. Over the years, Oregonians dammed and diverted the Tualatin and its tributaries and dumped all kinds of pollutants into the river. These practices continued into the early 1940s, when Oregon State Sanitary Authority discovered that Tualatin's oxygen content was too low for fish and other aquatic life to survive. The report blamed pollution from sewage treatment plants and canneries. Cities and industry worked to clean up their discharges, and water quality stabilized for a while. But in 1969, the Department of Environmental Quality concluded that pollution from more than 24 small, inefficient sewage treatment plants was choking the life out of the Tualatin River system. 1 year later, voters created the Unified Sewerage Agency to address the problem. John Jackson recalls the situation. He is the agency's planning director.
We had aquatic life that was threatened. We had a tremendous public health problem because of the hundreds of thousands of fecal coliform and total coliform bacteria that we had in these tributaries and the main river.
The Unified Sewerage Agency assumed responsibility for what we now call point source pollution. That means the source can be traced to a specific point. It phased out the most inefficient sewage treatment plants, improved others, and built new facilities like this one. But that wasn't the end of the problem. The 1980s brought continued population growth and greater stress on the Tualatin. In 1986, a coalition of Oregon environmental groups sued the Environmental Protection Agency for failing to enforce the Clean Water Act in the Tualatin Basin. This led to a new emphasis in pollution control, one that addresses runoff from all parts of the landscape, including farms, forests, cities, construction sites, mines, and septic systems. The sources of this pollution are widespread, thus the name non-point source pollution. Roger Wood coordinates the non-point source pollution program for Oregon's Department of Environmental Quality. He says our nation must continue its efforts to control point source pollution, but stresses the growing need to reduce non-point source pollution.
Every time a study is done in Oregon or nationally, we find that non-point source pollutants are from 50 to 80% of the total pollution in the water. I think it's time for us to turn our attention nationally and at the local level to non-point source. Otherwise, we'll never be able to bring river and lake and groundwater quality to the point that we want it to be.
Nationwide, regulation of non-point source pollution is almost non-existent. Many communities are just beginning to document their local situations.
Well, non-point source pollution needs to be defined locally. And it needs to be defined based on what the problem it's creating in the river. Some places it's dirt, just absolute muddy water, that's thick enough that you might be able to walk on it, as they say. Other places it's dissolved oxygen. It could be an urban stream in a very large city that has to deal with copper or zinc or cadmium coming off of automobiles.
Nearly 24 Oregon scientists helped define the Tualatin's non-point source pollution problems with a series of reports issued in 1993. They analyzed the river's major pollutants, identified the sources when possible, and made recommendations to help reduce non-point source pollution. Stan Gregory provided expertise on river systems and land use planning.
The increase in human populations is a very common problem in all of these watersheds. For instance, in the Tualatin, the population that has developed here over the last 140 years will be doubled in the next 30 years. So we've got to plan and make decisions much faster and with much shorter lead time than we ever have before.
Benno Workington analyzed the effects of agriculture, forestry, and new construction as they relate to Tualatin Basin soils.
One of the big things that you can do is protect the riparian or the area right next to the stream. If you protect the first 5 to 10 feet from the stream, you pick up a lot of sediments, you pick up a lot of the nutrients, a lot of the chemicals in that way. The other thing is leaving the surface. You notice these areas have all been planted, and so there will be protection for the surface here during the winter.
Judy Lee examined life in the Tualatin's aquatic ecosystem and its ties to life on land.
And we've lost a lot of habitat, and so we realize that the stream does not have a chance to filter things the way it did when it was flowing in its complete natural floodplain. And we anticipate that if there were more wetlands here, as there were formerly, we wouldn't be getting as much algal growth or nutrient kinds of cycling within the system.
And Wayne Huber was one of several scientists who studied the effects of urban runoff.
One of the biggest contributors in urban areas is the runoff from paved areas, such as hydrocarbons from oil and the products of combustion, zinc from brake linings, and cadmium from tires, mercury and lead are other pollutants that are associated with urban runoff. We fertilize our lawns. We dispose of our trash in a variety of ways. Sometimes we throw chemicals in the street gutter, not understanding that, in fact, waters that drain into gutters and down storm drains eventually drain into our natural receiving waters.
A growing number of communities are working to identify their non-point source pollution problems. But government agencies and citizens groups are finding the next step more difficult. The next step is public education. Oregon's Forest Practices Act imposes some of the nation's toughest rules on logging. One objective is to reduce soil erosion, a major non-point source pollutant. That's where Dave Degenhardt comes in. He works for Oregon's Department of Forestry. It's his responsibility to help loggers follow and understand the rules.
We feel like we've got the enforceable rules on the books to require proper practice, but the real key to doing that is to explain to the landowners and operators the purpose of those regulations, and when they know that, almost all the time they will comply because they understand the purpose of it and they agree with that purpose and they support it.
This is not to say that Degenhardt's educational efforts are always welcome. The rules require logging practices that can sometimes double the cost of harvesting. Some long-time loggers, like Don Oakes, say they are skeptical of rules based on today's best scientific knowledge.
We've done a lot of things over the years to disturb. We cleaned creeks and just ruined a lot of rivers. We've run skidders out on the ground when it was wet, when they said that we could do it, and instead of using the cats, and we got a lot of compacted soil from it. And so every time I hear the best scientific knowledge, I have reservations about, is it really?
Still, Oakes admits the rules are probably good for the forest industry.
It's a good program. They get a little carried away on some things, like knocking a few limbs off of the trees along the buffer strips, and you can see the beavers are down there chopping them down, complete trees down, but really it's not affecting us too bad.
Degenhardt says Oregon has made great progress and is ahead of most states in controlling erosion from harvest units and potential slide areas.
What we're trying to do now is raise the consciousness of the operators that are working on the ground to the effects of roads, primarily on sedimentation. And that's why we put in a really thick layer of gravel on the road surface to prevent the creation of sediment that could be washed off into the ditches and then into the streams.
Abandoned logging roads are another priority. They often require man-made water diversions that channel sediment onto the landscape instead of into our streams. Some studies show agriculture generates more than half of America's non-point source pollution. It is a broad-based industry that covers vast stretches of landscape. Mike Wolf handles non-point source pollution issues for Oregon's Department of Agriculture.
Everybody plays a part. All land uses and all landowners and operators have a role to play in its prevention and control because it's essentially rainfall generated, and that affects all of us.
The runoff comes from many sources, including erosion, animal waste, and chemical applications. It is finding a more direct path into our nation's ground and surface waters. with the elimination of natural filters, such as wetlands and streamside vegetation. As is the case in many states, Oregon has few regulations governing agricultural non-point source pollution. It regulates confined animal operations, but depends on voluntary efforts in all other areas.
I don't think government is interested in doing this all by itself or can do it all by itself, but there's an important foundation underlying this whole issue, and that is public awareness of the situation and the solutions, and then the partnerships that need to be built on the local level to address local water quality problems, watershed issues.
The state is working with private landowners to encourage better land use practices. On this farm, fences keep livestock away from Dairy Creek, a stream that eventually flows into the Tualatin. These cattle used to trample the stream bank and leave animal waste in the water, just about every time they needed a drink. Now they quench their thirst away from the stream with a gadget known as a nose pump. Farmer Mike Hout thinks it's a great idea.
Well, I think it's bound to help. I can see our banks already that are growing back, and I see a great difference right there. So it's a great improvement, and if more people would do it, if it was possible for them to do it, why, I think it would be really a great start.
Glenna Wilder runs a commercial horse operation, which is also on Dairy Creek. She consulted with several state agencies and invested her own money to improve her horse's health and the surrounding environment.
I think one of the primary things that people with livestock need to do is get their manure piles out of the rain. I think that's one of the biggest. And that can be done with something as simple as tarps and moving it to higher ground.
Wilder has taken dramatic steps to help keep polluted runoff out of Dairy Creek. When winter rains arrive, she removes her horses from their pastures and keeps them in fenced enclosures. Wilder keeps these areas clean and composts manure in a covered shed. She built vegetated filter strips downhill from the horse enclosure and planted more than 100 Sitka spruce to enhance streamside vegetation.
We opted for some solutions that were a little more expensive because we feel they're more permanent, and since we are a commercial operation, we've got a lot more wear and tear than say, a hobby farm. But there's a lot of leeway for people. They don't have to pick real expensive options to implement solutions that will help.
The Kennedy family has grown crops in these fields for more than 50 years. But times are changing, and so are Peter Kennedy's farming practices.
You know, people are in farming, you know, to make money. But I think there's a lot more to it than that, and I think we need to look beyond the, you know, just making lots of money and you know, realize that we have to take care of this ground. It's all we got. You know, our environment is what we depend on. If we screw it up, it's screwed up.
Kennedy says farmers need to pay more attention to their tillage, their cropping systems, and the chemicals they apply to the land. As he sees it, responsible stewardship of America's farmlands is the only way to avoid future regulations. Kennedy's practices are drawing praise from Oregon's Department of Agriculture.
Any ground which is not easy for me to farm, you know, that's kind of a headache, small pieces where it's tough to turn equipment and irrigate. I've, you know, planted the trees and wildlife food. And a lot of that slough that you can see that down that way, I got old filbert trees planted along the edge of that for a border. And, you know, I've done a lot of things like that.
Only 3% of the water on our planet is fresh water. But there's a reason why we can't get to a lot of that fresh water. Can anyone guess? Did you know why? Right, 2% is frozen. Aren't there?
Cindy Crook coordinates the Unified Sewerage Agency's Tualatin River Rangers program. She speaks to fourth graders who live primarily in urban settings.
Pollution is not good for our creeks and streams, and a lot of times people don't realize that things that they're doing in their neighborhood every day can pollute our creeks and streams. And on your back of your little booklet, there's a list of things in your house that you don't want to dump down a drain. either an outside storm drain or an inside drain. You should not dump things like, used motor oil, paint. There's a whole list of things.
Crook encourages students to take their list home, go through the house with an adult, and search for things that could pollute local water supplies. The homework assignment helps share the information with parents and gives kids an opportunity to earn their Tualatin River Rangers badge. The agency has also developed educational materials that can be localized to any watershed in the country.
One of the problems is there's a very narrow riparian area, and the riparian area is the area right along the river. Here, for example, a golf course, it's been cut clear down to the riverbank, so there's no trees to shade the river, to keep the sun off of it, keep it cool.
Rob Bauer is a member of the Tualatin River Keepers. This local citizens group organizes canoe trips and other activities that help local residents appreciate the Tualatin.
If they know something about the river, if they've been out there, they'll have an interest in the river and feel part of it rather than just seeing it in a brief glimpse as they go over it on a bridge. They'll have a sense of ownership and be more concerned when they read something that's going on or they see something happening along the bank.
I see a bag up over there on the other side of them daisies.
Other community groups have taken similar approaches, sponsoring cleanup parties for their urban streams or stenciling reminders next to neighborhood storm sewers. Unfortunately, even in the Tualatin Basin, where non-point source pollution is well documented, public education efforts have had limited success. The Unified Sewerage Agency spent more than 5 years trying to raise public awareness of the issue, only to learn through a survey that many people thought the term non-point source pollution meant there wasn't a pollution problem.
A lot of people didn't realize that the Tualatin River was there. A lot of people had no opinion as to whether they should be worried about the Tualatin River. A lot of people didn't realize that if they're living up on top of a hill somewhere, that their runoff eventually made it to the Tualatin River.
Jackson says the survey renewed his agency's charge to remind citizens of their impacts on local streams. But he admits the results were disappointing. The Tualatin River is one of a kind, but it portrays the future for many of our nation's freshwater supplies. America's growing population is creating an insatiable thirst for clean, fresh water. Yet knowingly and unknowingly, we are poisoning this limited resource with the pollution of a growing society. Natural resource experts say the Tualatin and freshwater supplies across our nation are sending an indisputable message about the way we live our lives. It is a message that experts say we can no longer ignore.
There are long-term consequences of things which we do for the immediate gain of maybe individuals or communities. Some of these systems have a very hard time recovering, and there are limits to the ability of any biological system to return.
If our use of the landscape, our use of watersheds in order to make them productive, in order to enhance our standard of living, our quality of life, if that is the benefit we're getting from our land management practice, then part of the price we have to pay for that is to be attentive to controlling pollution from non-point sources.
The question is, how do these ecosystems function, and how are they configured when they are most healthy, and can we use that to help design the future landscape? And so it's not to say we're returning to an old landscape, but we're designing a healthier and more functional future landscape.
I think it's going to require us to change the way we design urban and suburban developments. Maybe we don't need 50-foot wide paved streets in all of our housing areas. Maybe we can, in fact, promote mass transit and other forms of urban life that require lasting impervious soils. Maybe we can incorporate wetlands as part of the urban drainage schemes.
The education has to be there. We have to make sure that we have economic solutions to these things. We have to make sure that our laws don't interfere, for example, with buffer strips along streams. So all of those things have to come together, and it is a fairly slow process.
We're finding that a lot of citizens in these stream groups are really becoming very possessive of their streams. And we are definitely encouraging that, because the outcome is going to be a very positive protection, restoration, or enhancement of that stream or wetlands or lake or pond, whatever it might be.
We may expect that our city governments and planners will ultimately take the reins and implement policy. But that won't happen unless there are people who understand why that has to happen and encourage their political system to do something about it.
It's important that people learn how to sit down together and talk over the issue, define their roles, define what their partnership can be, and forget about pointing fingers at the other group and blaming them for something that they did do or something that they didn't do and should have. We all have responsibility for this.
Welcome, everyone. I know most of you were here last night, and there was a long interaction with Anne around her experience of frustration in trying so very hard, and it seeming fruitless. That no matter how hard she tried, she still experienced being stuck. The dilemma, which is something that I'm sure every one of you can relate to, is that the experience is that the ego is the doer. That the ego has control, and that it wants to change something, and thus there is the experience of effort around changing, or it wants something to be different, and then there is this experience of effort. And then if it does not happen, there is the experience of failure, and even more effort combined with self-judgment. But what is talked about over and over and over again, because it needs to be reinforced over and over and over again, is that the ego is not the doer. The ego does absolutely nothing. It does nothing. But taking in these words does nothing. The only possibility is to see for yourself. See, now all of those egos out there are interpreting this as if I am saying something. But the truth is that I am saying nothing. There is nothing that I am saying. I am doing nothing. Ego says that you are breathing. It says you are this body. It says you have a job, perhaps. It says you have something to get, this idea of enlightenment, something to free yourself from, some growth that needs to happen, something about this and something about that. It likes this and it likes that, and it sets out its mission to get it. But the question is, does it really? Does it really do anything? Or is it all a facade? Is there some doer that can be found if you watch who is doing something? Is there some controller that can be identified? There, of course, can be, if there is the following of the story of the ego. Of course, there can be. It is the experience. Across the board, it is the experience, but it is to stop and see. To see if there is anyone or anything who has ever done anything. Huh. Did I just laugh, or did it just happen with the story that it came from me? Without that story that it came from me, without the following of that story, is there a me? Did I choose these words and these thoughts, or did they just come? Are you choosing the interpretation of these thoughts, or do they just arise? All arising with a story about a me who is the doer. All it takes is simple investigation, simple looking and seeing. Who is this me? What is this ego? What is this doer? If there is thought around it, this is no investigation. It is just a story generated by a supposed doer who is thinking the story. But do you choose to think it? Or is your deepest heart's intent to just be free? And then what happens? What happens in this seeing, in this clarity, in this stopping for one instant and looking to find the doer, to find the ego? When you look for the ego, what you find is nothing. And in that nothing, you find everything that this illusory doer, this ego, has been searching for. You find this love. This love. And the more you look, the truer you see. Then what begins to happen is that the ego itself falls in love with the truth. Still no doer, still really no ego. And yet shifting happens, who knows how, who knows why. But now this ego becomes this servant. So much so that it is willing to tear its own self apart because of the unspeakable love for this beauty. Gets lost endlessly along the way because it says it wants it. One minute it wants it, next minute it wants to serve it. When it is wanting to serve, then this beauty reveals itself. When it wants it, then it remains elusive. All along, no one doing anything. And in the moment again of seeing this more and more deeply, the love affair with this essence just continues to grow. Eventually, all the ego wants to do is give itself away. It is willing to go through anything, to do anything for this unspeakable love. But the irony is, it is not the doer. So it cannot do anything. And every time there is the forgetting and the effort, there is the experience of the loss. How can there be something for this ego to do if it does nothing? And in the seeing of this, the seeing is that there is no ego really. And in the seeing of this, then there is the seeing of all that there really is. And that is this love. This pristine, immaculate, timeless bliss of this love. Okay. So the floor is open.
Better tune in later. sitting and feeling the self and knowing that that's all I want and knowing that's all I need. And then this other stuff comes in that I know it's my mind just beating me up. But it just seems so sudden, but all at once. You know, I'll be taking care of our friend, and all at once I feel like I need space. I need some time alone. And so then I make myself wrong for needing that. It's like I should be able to be with myself, with whatever goes on around me, you know, and I'm not there.
Where did all of this come from?
It's got to come from my mind.
And where does your mind come from?
From the same source. But I don't understand what that means right now.
You don't understand what that means right now?
Well, I don't.
It's not the experience.
I don't get the connection between that's okay.
Okay, let's look at this. So old familiar pattern comes up, right? Very old and very familiar. You need space. And then this judgment that you should be beyond and needing to run away and have space. Okay. So this you that needs space, who created this thought, I need space? Did you choose it?
No.
No. Where is the you who needs space? Where is the one who created this thought? And then there was this reaction that I am failing because this thought and an emotion arises. I am failing. I have done something wrong. I have created this thought. I am failing. I am no good. Blah, 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 blah. Who is that one? Where is that one? Who is the creator of that? Who is the one responsible who is failing? Let's find the one who's failing.
Oh, there isn't. Okay.
Can you feel that there isn't?
Yeah, I just felt it.
Yes. Yeah. This is vigilance. Vigilance is no matter how strong the karmic pull is, which can be enormous, to stay true to what you know is true. And you don't do it by telling yourself a story about saying I'm going to do this or I'm going to, because you're not the doer. It is always to investigate and see who is failing, who created this story, who is to blame, who needs enlightenment, who needs the self, who needs this and who needs that, who am I, where is the doer? That one does not exist. There is no one who is failing. There is no one who was born, and there is no one who is going to die.
Okay.
What it boils down to is the seeing that in truth there is no ego. In order for there to be the experience of the ego, there has to be the belief that there is a doer, a creator. You are the creator of the ego.
That one I missed, the last piece.
Yes, okay. Well, we'll do it again.
The creator of the ego.
Inherent in the ego's life, everything is built around a doer. That's you. You are the doer of the ego. Everything is built around that. If there is no doer, if no one is doing the ego, where is the ego? If there is no me creating the ego, no me involved in the ego, then where is the ego and where is the me?
Okay.
So right now the ego says, I get that. Who gets that?
It's gone.
Yes. Then the words come up, it's gone. Was there someone creating those words, or did it just happen on its own? Always finding there's no one. Always finding the truth if one is willing to look. And then, where are the problems? What is there to do if there is no doer? Then the ego calls this enlightenment, something to get. But that too is all an illusion. How can there be something to get if in truth this is all that there is?
I know.
You are free. You are freedom itself. Not you, this body. This body is going to work through its karma. It's what it does. But that has nothing to do with anything.
Thanks.
Thanks for nothing.
Now I'm a blank.
Yes.
A blank spark. Yeah.
Feels a lot nicer being a blank, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm also still moved. You know, I feel the love.
The love, yeah.
So now I'll go sit down.
Yes, okay.
I can find my place.
You know something? Conscious of is even the feeling, the love. It is beautiful in the release. There is the feeling of the love, but is to see that the one who is feeling this love is a story. It gets closer and closer, but it is to stay vigilant to see where is one feeling love without a thought of it.
You had to add that. I went way out with that one. Oh.
Lita, I added nothing. You know, the mind throws up this thing which, oh, this love feels so good. Not to do that part of it. This part feels great.
I knew what you meant.
Yes. But no matter what the games are of this illusory doer, the more that is stripped away, the more profound the nectar. It comes to the place where words and concepts cannot wrap around it because there is nothing left to wrap around anything. One sees that in the falling away of anything that can wrap around, the richness and the beauty and the majesty shifts from something that is definable to something that is okay. Now you can sit down and take. You're welcome. Stephen, I have wanted to speak with you for quite a while. Hello.
Hello.
You know, this memory has gotten very flimsy over time, but there is very clear remembrance of our last interaction. You had come up and you had asked for a slap.
Yeah.
Yes, you had said that you had spent your whole life on the fence,
Yeah.
never really committing yourself, but just skirting on the edges.
That's correct.
Yes, I know. And when you said you were asking for this slap, the response was there is no need because the asking is a sign of the readiness. And then you ran away.
I've seen the void and have contracted out of fear.
Yes, I understand. I understand.
And I feel like I'm about to disappear.
Yes.
I've ended my marriage. I'm selling my home. I have no job. And there's just less to do. I don't know how I'm to be of service. I don't know anything.
Yes. You know, you asked for a shaking, and now it's your time. Your external environment has been shaken, but your response to that is wanting to run and hide. Fear arises, and there is not wanting to feel the fear. There is wanting to run away from it. You know, this movement of source is so incredibly benevolent. It is so kind. But one has to open themselves to it. There is something that is being offered to you. And it is the answer to everything you have been searching for as long as you can remember. So all of these things in the world have fallen away. I understand that it is the most natural thing in the world for the mind to scream in fear. It is what it does. You know, you came here this last time and I felt a very deep connection because something in there is very ripe. That is why the response to this question then was the way that it was. There was something recognized in there.
I see that.
Yes. It is the hand that can lead you, but it cannot lead you unless you reach your hand out.
How do I do that?
All you have to do is want it. That's all. You only have to want it more than wanting your suffering that is familiar. You know, no matter how painful something is, if it is familiar, it does not bring up fear. And the mind will take suffering over fear. And the mind governs this body. So the instincts of the body are to run from that which is unknown, even if it means running to suffering. So when I say you have to want it more than you want what the mind is screaming about, than what the instincts of the body are reacting to. This is your chance to get off the fence. The external environment would not be shaking itself as it is if there was not a readiness. Now, the choice is yours. I cannot make that choice for you. If you make that choice, I can help you. But if it is out of a matter of convenience, if it's when it works, when I'm feeling good, when I'm feeling okay, when it's not conflicting with this, then it is meaningless. Then it is a waste of both of our times.
I would like your help.
So I am here. I can meet you to the degree that you meet me. This is the way it works. Consciousness is a reflective mirror. You open to it, it opens to you. You meet it, it meets you. You give yourself to it. It gives itself to you until there is no longer a you and an it. So I offer to you the same thing that Ramana offered to me. And I can tell you that this is going to intensify the fear. I also can tell you one other piece. Nothing has been taken from you. You have lost nothing. I know it feels like you have lost a great deal. But what is real, true love, cannot be taken. Anything that can be taken never really was there to begin with. What is being offered to you now is what cannot be taken. Yes, you are very welcome. I really hope that this is the beginning.
I do.
Okay. Here, I'll get this. Caught by the thought police. You know, Heidi, something that I wanted to share with you. You know, you asked yesterday about prayer, you know, and then some grief came up for you. It is not some rule that you are not to pray. There's no rules at all. It is just that in the seeing of this truth, there is no need to ask for anything because you see the perfection. But if there is some sense of centering, some sense of joy, some sense of anything which feels good, there are no rules here. It is absolutely fine. Just no laws and no rules. It's just about love. There is a sense of warmth and love in this process. It is all just taking care of itself anyway. You cannot do it wrong. This is the gift. These instructions with these silly things. There we go.
in this process with my husband. I sometimes don't know what to do with some of it. He's experienced great suffering, and it's sometimes challenging for me to be with that. He's called me when I was away on several times saying he's not going to make it. Yeah. You know, we have great discussions. I think sometimes where I get kind of stuck here is what I see in our discussion is the natural movement of the words that come through me. And I really feel his pain on a physical level, but there's just a dispassion also a part of this experience that I have with him. And I think what I'm experiencing now is just some judgment in the dispassion.
Okay, all right. All right. So let's get a little clarification, okay, for this. So first, dispassion, okay.
It's dispassion and passion is.
No, I understand. I know exactly what it is, but it's tripping you up. And it's very, very important to get clarity on it. And this does not only pertain to you, but it pertains to everyone when they get to a certain level in this journey. There is this word that comes up called dispassion. And what dispassion is passion for the source. That's all dispassion is. It is passion for that which is emanating everything. It is seeing the perfection in everything. It is feeling that with unspeakable passion. And thus everything that is in the past would bring on enormous suffering doesn't do the same thing, right, because you see the illusion of it. So that's beautiful. And then your partner is not feeling your grief in his grief, and it wants company. Yes. And then you get stuck. And then this old pattern of conditioning around self-blame and not being good enough comes up. So the initial movement is the movement of freedom, and then the mind wraps around that freedom and says, no good. I'm no good.
Well, and he basically tells me that anyway.
Yes, okay.
Because he wants me to meet him in a particular way.
Okay, so who is he? Where does he come from? I'm going to say go back to something before we even get into this. He throws out that he doesn't think he's going to make it. He doesn't think that he's going to make it. Brings up pain. Right. Okay, now, if you go inside of yourself and you do not follow the story, but you go into what's true, is there an issue whether he is going to make it or not? No. There is no issue, right? There is absolutely no issue. You know this through and through. I know you do, yes. So, what is being spit up as a story that you recognize is complete nonsense. Yet it causes pain. Why does it cause pain? Because you buy it, because it's familiar, even though you know it's complete nonsense, right?
All right.
Okay. It's number one.
Can I say something?
Yes.
On a roll. That's good. That's good. Actually,
3 words or less.
Actually, I retract that. I don't want to say anything.
Okay. Good, because I do. Okay. So where does Alan come from?
The source. Like me.
Yes. The words that come from him and the emotions that come from him. Is there someone doing something there?
No.
Is there someone who has control there?
No, absolutely not.
Yes, okay.
What came through the mind was this one's desire to help that one.
Yes, but who is the one that this one's trying to help? You're trying to help a story.
Yeah.
You're trying to help a story which you have identified, you realize is full of nothing. That there is no fear about whether or not he's going to make it. There also is a knowing, there is an absolute knowing in you, because I can feel it, that you recognize that this is all, everything that is happening here is the opening into his freedom. It's the freedom from the suffering that has been his whole life.
Yes.
That it has happened in this individual play, and now the movement of consciousness is offering it here, and in that there is the meeting of all the fears, and it is the movement of freedom and liberation, and you absolutely know that.
Yeah.
Yes. So it goes around in this packaging as it does, that has every single possible way in which it can draw you back into this familiar pattern which feels horrendous. It has all of those elements that were so familiar when it was this personal journey, now in the flavoring of another, but it is your pattern projected onto this other who is nothing other than your pattern. So now I have a question for you. What is the problem?
It's just a gift. I get lost because of the intensity and the...
Yes,
I get lost.
Yes, we all get lost sometimes. It's okay.
I do see the beauty in it. Sometimes I forget it because I get frustrated. And that's okay too.
Yes. You know what is so beautiful is Alan is not only a vehicle for his own freedom that is moving through the movement of authentic movement through you, but all of his actions are the movement of freedom for you.
Yes, that's the gift I was speaking of. I do see that. And then there's my beloved. It reminds me of the gift.
You know, something most every one of you have heard over and over again, but it always warrants repetition, is that the movement into freedom is in releasing what has been held. It's into releasing the traps. And the traps are the last things we want to face. They're the last things we want to meet, otherwise they would not be traps. Things that have already been let go of do not have a charge. So the deeper and deeper movement into this freedom is the facing of that which brings up the things that you are most susceptible to feel pain around. But when the willingness is to meet, what you see is that there is nothing there but love and freedom. You begin to see nothing can hurt you, that everything that seems like a problem is just love playing itself out. It is consciousness meeting consciousness because it comes back for itself.
Yeah, it's just blowing the doors completely off.
Yes, it is blowing the doors completely off.
There's just nowhere to go.
Yes.
See, I didn't even know that was sitting in me.
Yes.
$4 in advance. There's a number to call. But Terry and Gwen have been here many times at KBOO. We're big fans of theirs, and this is great to have a new CD out, especially since they gave it to us first. Friday, December 5th, Terry and Gwen at the Community Music Center. I might play some more off of that record, too. I kind of like it. But getting more immediate, tonight is the third Friday concert series. The Portland Folklore Society, every third Friday they get together and get a whole bunch of people. Tonight, it's going to be at the Multnomah Friends Meeting Hall. That's 43rd and Southeast Stark. Doors open at 7. At 7:30, Henry and Maggie, Old Time Country and Folk, and picking. That has a bunch of picking in it. 8 p.m., the Foghorn String Band, Appalachian dance music. And at 9:15, Dr. Korn's Bluegrass Remedy, one of our favorite bluegrass bands since 1971. So if you're in that kind of mood tonight, Portland Folklore Society Third Friday Concert Series at Multnomah Friends Meeting Hall, 43rd and Stark. Later this weekend, Ann Weiss in concert with Joe McMurrian and Ali Ippolito. And that's going to be Sunday, November 23rd, 2 days from now, Portland, Oregon. And the name of it is So You Got the Winter Blues Show. And it'll be at the Mississippi Pizza Pub. That's at 35th and North Mississippi at 7 p.m. this Sunday. If you're in that kind of a mood. Never can tell, huh? And, of course, there's tons of other stuff coming up. The Children's Peace Fair, that's tomorrow from 1 to 4 at the Augustana Lutheran Church, and that's at 2700 on Northeast 14th. It's basically 15th and Knott, so if you got kids and you want to go mess around tomorrow, 1 to 4 p.m. at that church. Meanwhile, I have played a long set of tunes, and I will not announce them all. It's basically a bunch of Canadians mixed in with a little bit of Laura Nyro, the Pogues, and then the Ruthie Foster. Maybe we need to be up, huh? It's 3 minutes before noon. You're on KBOO Portland.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ellen Murphy. I have the distinct honor of welcoming you here tonight and giving a little introduction. And I think the reason, I guess, that I've been given that honor is that I had an experience in Bellingham for Veterans Day in which I distributed information about depleted uranium at the recruiting center and was arrested for criminal trespass and well, it was a 3-day trial. I was convicted, and we are going to appeal it. But the wonderful thing is that out of that trial has come a tremendous amount of communication. The thing that thrilled me more than anything was that I started getting calls from veterans. Veterans who felt that the action and the resulting trial was giving them a voice. The wilderness isn't only in the countries that we make war on. The wilderness is here in our own country. And so our veterans are coming forth, and their voices from the wilderness as well. So we will have some veterans here tonight who will speak from the heart and what I've experienced as a counselor and therapist. And it says on the program I'm a veteran counselor. Not quite true. I'm a chemical dependency counselor, and I have worked with many veterans over the years. And that's why I chose Veterans Day to do the action, because it was the only way that I could think of. The best way to honor veterans for Veterans Day was to warn them about the toxic battlefield that we left there and that we're making even more toxic now. You'll hear much more about that as the night goes on. So when people speak from their heart, it's a sacred space. We're in a church already, which I presume to be a sacred space in its own way, but I think what really makes a sacred space is when people speak from their heart. And then I just had a couple of comments I wanted to make about the the fact that this is nothing new, the toxic battlefield, and I know that you all know that, most people do know that back in the 43 to 63, there were 300,000 military personnel who, without their knowledge or consent, were exposed to incredibly high amounts of radiation. They had to fight for their rights, too. They had to form organizations, the Atomic Veterans Association, radiation victims, all kinds of organizations. And then there were the vets, tens of thousands of vets exposed to Agent Orange. And now we have 400,000 who were exposed to depleted uranium, so-called depleted uranium in the Gulf War. So it's nothing new, and when I think, about DU, that's something that's often been used against the vets by the Veterans Administration and the Pentagon. It means diagnosis unsubstantiated. So let's change DU to not divide, which is the D, but unite, which is the U. Thank you. Now it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Alvin Clark, our first speaker. He is 6 years Army, 7 years National Guard, 8 months Desert Storm active duty. He's originally from South Carolina. Now he lives in Tacoma. He's married to Anita and has his 3 children, Carmel, Benny, and Sean. And I am very honored to introduce Alvin.
First of all, I thank God for being here, and I thank the people that had invited me to be here to speak tonight as a veteran. As it was told, I spent 8 months at Desert Storm. I was stationed at the Port of Jebel, and my job was transportation. So we were responsible for the soldiers getting their supplies, their vehicles, their food, and anything else that they needed. I went over there as a healthy young soldier. I came back a totally different soldier. I got sick immediately when I got back, and I stayed sick. I got back in June of 91, and I stayed sick until they did something till 94. And when I say sick, I mean sick. I almost died. They sent me to numerous places to get tested. They sent me to Walter Reed. They sent me to Bethesda, Maryland, and nobody could find out what was wrong. And in the meantime, I was getting sicker and sicker. My family didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. And the Army didn't know what to do. So in the meantime, I was getting sicker, and I had a doctor that was stationed at Madigan Hospital that decided that the only thing that was left to do was a bone marrow transplant. In the meantime, the Army didn't want to pay for my sickness. The National Guard didn't want to pay for my sickness because I was active duty when I went over there. And I'm just here to say that so much goes on behind the scene that we as people don't see. If you hadn't been there to go through it, or if you hadn't actually met someone that have went through it like myself, then you don't know what you are missing. I had to fight. I was investigated. My family was sent through turmoil. They thought I was trying to get money from the military or from the government. And in the meantime, I'm dying. So the things sometimes that you see on the outward appearance is not necessarily what's behind the scene. My family had to go through, my wife had to take off 8 months from work to take care of me. After the bone marrow transplant, I had a relapse and had to go back into the hospital. Almost died. In fact, they say I did die on the table, in my bed. But I'm here today because of the grace, the prayers, and the support of people that really care. Now, that's not everybody, because everybody really don't care for the soldiers. It's just a known fact. I'm a living witness of that. The people need to wake up. We as people, we as soldiers families, we need to wake up and look at what's behind the scene and not just what you see with your natural eye. Because everything that you see with your natural eye is not really what's going on. Things happened to me over there. We was in stuff that y'all couldn't see. I'm quite sure some of you might have family over there now. I have family over there, and the war is going on right now. I know they can't email me. I know they can't write and tell me everything that's going on, because I couldn't do it. But we need to really look, because what you see on TV is not necessarily what's actually going on. I've been there, I know. So the support, what we got going on here, Ellie, when she called me, I was really stunned, because I don't feel like I'm way up here to be here, but I'm willing to help whatever way I can help. And I told Ellie that. I said, if I don't mind speaking, because I've been through enough. Whatever I can do to help someone that's in there, over there, going through, because I talked to a lot of people when I got back from Desert Storm. You got a lot of people that's scared. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to turn. They scared if they go this way, they'll get in trouble with their unit that they in. If they go to this way, they don't know if they're going to lose their wife, their kids, their home, their jobs. I was speaking at one engagement. This police officer lost everything, his wife, his home. He had to move back home with his family because of the sickness that he got over there. But we just need to just remember that whatever we see with the natural eye is not always true. You need to really look at behind the scenes. Talk to the veterans. Talk to people that's done went through this. Talk to the families. Don't lose in contact with people. I really support the veterans. I'm a veteran, and I'm glad to be a veteran. But sometimes we get deceived. So if I can say anything, I would ask that you really support, in whatever way you can, the veterans that's over there now, even when they return, the families of the ones that have lost family members there. And I just pray that whatever happens, happens for a good cause and not a bad cause. Because it's a really sad thing to turn on your TV and see innocent people getting killed for a reason that I feel should never take place. It's many ways of dealing with things, and I never thought war was one of them. We don't sign up to be intended to go into war. You sign up because you want to be part of the country. You really want to do something for the country you live in. But that don't have to be war. When I signed on the dotted line, I never thought I'd be in a war. When I came back, I really thought that my government was behind me. I went through a lot. I carried my family through a lot. But my wife and my kids stood by me through it all. And if she had left me, I wouldn't have mattered, because I knew what I was putting her through. And all because the country that I was trying to defend didn't try to defend me. They put the commercials on the television. You believe them. Look deeper. Look behind the scene. And just remember that what you see on the outside is not necessarily what's going on. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, Alvin. Our next speaker is Dana Briggs. Quite a different experience. Dana is an Air Force Academy graduate. He's served in other places in different parts of the world, Europe, Middle East, Central America, United States. 1978 to 1988. He's a member of Veterans for Peace and Amnesty International. Welcome, Dana.
Good evening, everybody. It's an honor to be up here with these veterans, with all the veterans that are sitting out in the audience, and for all of you that decided to take your time to come out this evening and listen to us and to the other speakers. Yes, my experience was somewhat different from most people's. I grew up in a military family during the time of John Wayne movies and just wars like World War II. My father was a retired Marine Corps Sergeant Major who fought in World War II, Korea, and the early part of Vietnam. My mother was a Korean War veteran. My younger brother subsequently became a Gulf War veteran, the first Gulf War, in naval aviation. And the expectation was that I would follow in the family business. I did my job so well that in 1974 I had appointments to all 5 military academies: West Point, Annapolis, Air Force, Merchant Marine, and the Coast Guard. Decided to choose the Air Force because at the time, being a young, impressionable 19-year-old, I thought it was the better deal. And when I went into the academy with a lot of expectations, and having been weeded through literally thousands of people who were supposed to go to these things, I started a 4-year odyssey at that point to become a professional warrior. Ultimately, the thing that you need to understand about this military and any other military, and what 4 years of my training and then 10 years of active duty after that boils down to, is one simple sentence. All militaries exist to kill and destroy. Period. There is no other reason for a military to exist. During the time that I was a cadet, we were taught an honor code that's basically stated, I will not lie, cheat, nor steal, nor tolerate those among us who do. My expectation was, coming out of the academy in 1978, is that if I had to live up to an honor code as part of a professional warrior class, that those who would ask me to go and put my life on the line to protect everybody else would also live by the same honor code. In reality, what I found out was most of the people who ask you to put your butt and your life on the line lie, cheat, and steal. And they tolerate those who do. We went through a lot of training during that time, and another oath that we took upon commissioning in 1978 was, among other things as a young officer, that I would support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Foreign and domestic. The interesting thing is that I never took an oath to defend the credibility of any president of the United States. During the 10 years that I was on active duty, which, as Ellen mentioned, ranged from Europe to the Middle East to Central America, yes, I was in combat. I was in combat in things that people generally don't know about except in rumors that to this day I can't, in all honesty, talk about in detail. But there's things that you need to know about combat, and it doesn't matter whether it's the current conflict or whether it's ones of the past. These are not video games. These are not John Wayne movies. And the closest thing that you will come to seeing something is probably Saving Private Ryan with one major part missing. There is a stench to war, a smell to war, whether it is exploding ordnance, oil wells on fire, or rotting bodies on the battlefield. It is something that you, I hope, will never have to experience, and it's things that people who do never forget. Among many other things that we were taught about was what the rules of the game were. And the rules of the game, believe it or not, are embodied in international law with things such as the Geneva Conventions, the Constitution, and military law. My estimation is that this current conflict is nothing new. It didn't just spring out of, to put it politely, the misguided attempts of the current administration. What this is a long, continuing series of violations of international law, our own domestic laws, and the laws of whichever deity that you may happen to bow to. They go clear back prior to World War II. Every president since World War II, including FDR, is, in my estimation, and I'm just one citizen, guilty of a war crime in one form or another. When I went to my last duty assignment as the Chief Communications War Planner and Exercise Designer at the tender rank of a senior captain in my early 30s at United States Space Command at NORAD in Colorado Springs, with all the things that I had seen, and probably the straw that broke the camel's back was sitting in war exercises inside of Cheyenne Mountain at 3 o'clock in the morning and discussing the potential ramifications of what I consider to have been the greatest act of terrorism ever perpetrated upon the human race, which was 50 plus years of the Cold War with a nuclear threat hanging over our heads. And one of the discussions we had was, what were acceptable losses in the nuclear strike scenario? What was the collateral damage that would be acceptable? And depending upon the scenario, acceptable losses were considered to be 20 to 80 million people. For me, that was the straw that broke the camel's back, plus the Reagan administration. And I resigned my commission in 1988. In the 15 years since then, I have been appalled and outraged at what I consider to be the dereliction of the leadership of this country when it comes to how they take care of individuals such as Alvin and the other two that are sitting up here, and those of you that have been out in the audience that were veterans. I have been appalled that even though I know that the Geneva Conventions say that we're not supposed to parade POWs in front of the TV, and there's arguments back and forth whether their pictures should be put into newspapers, regardless of whether they are Iraqi or US, that every one of us that has been alive since 1941 has in fact been a prisoner of war. Every one of us. This country has been on a continuous series of conflicts, which for the most part have been for absolutely no valid reason whatsoever. My final words to you is that for anybody who questions your so-called patriotism, and especially if you didn't wear a uniform, there are many ways to defend a society. Every one of us in our own way does, I honestly believe, the best that we possibly can do to defend our society. We're all defenders, and every one of us, including me, when it comes to this particular conflict, is a conscientious objector. I want to thank all of you for having come out tonight. Keep the faith. It's going to be a long struggle. Okay? Good health, safe travels, and may each of you find the happiness that you deserve. Thank you.
I'm sure that everyone can sense the tremendous courage that's up here in this little row of people here. Our next veteran is Brandy Mitchell. She's from Bellingham. She was in the Navy. She was in the Mediterranean on the USS Puget Sound from 93 to 95. And then from 96 to 97, she was a hospital corpsman on the Kitty Hawk, called an AVT, in Desert Storm. And so she was in Desert Storm and Desert Shield. So, you know, a corpsman, well, she'll tell you, but it's working in the medical field. And it is my great honor to welcome and introduce a very courageous lady, Brandy Mitchell.
Hello, my name is Brandy Mitchell, and I joined the Navy back in '93, and I resigned in '97. Yeah, '97. Excuse me, '98. I'm sorry. And I was taking care of many people during that time. When I went to Washington, I joined the squadron at that time, and we went to the Gulf. We were there for 6 months. That was 6 to 8 months. Oh, and then we began to notice that people were sick in my particular ship. I'm sorry. So I became ill myself, and we went to Bragan, and they and we also went to Saudi Arabia. We went to 2 individual countries at that time. So here we also went to, well, the crewmen on the ship, when they came back after going to the countries, they all became ill. About 2/3 of the corpsmen became ill at that time. There were many people on ship at that time, and I was on one of the aircraft carriers. I took care of the individuals who were sick at that time. And I also became ill with meningitis. I conducted that from some of the individuals on board. And from that illness, I began to lose my hearing. It was because we were in contact with biological and chemical warfare at that time. And it was in that area that the elements were to be found. So we came in contact with health issues. From that time on, after the Gulf War, people today have become ill because of those chemicals that are still in the area. It's on the animals as well in the area. Now, for 2 years after that, I resigned from the Navy and I became deaf. And that was from the illness I contracted at that time when I was a part of the military. The doctors, when I went to the VA hospital, they asked me many questions as opposed to what happened and whether I can hear or not. I continued to tell them that I didn't know that why I couldn't hear, that you were the doctors and you needed to tell me why I couldn't hear. For 2 or 3 months now, I've become worse with my health. It has declined further. I've had many migraines for these last few months. I still experience those headaches. I take various medications. There's a numerous amount. And there are different ones for different reasons. I once used my medication for pain control because of the poisons that caused the illnesses and the pains in my body. I feel pain in my bones. Now, there are pains I experienced when I was growing up, but these are different kinds of pain than the growing pains you experience. These seem to be much deeper. They're right in the bones, it seems like. I still can... I'm still shaking today, because it makes it very difficult for me to sign when I'm shaking as well. And it's difficult for me to continue as well. I'm really not sure what else to say, but I've been having a hard time getting help from the VA hospitals. They tell me that there's nothing wrong with me. I go there and they do spinal analysis and use CT analysis as well as blood work. They use x-rays, hearing tests, and they tell me that there's nothing wrong with me or that all the tests conflict with one another. So I really don't know what's wrong. But I know my health continues to deteriorate. And I can't really explain that to the doctors when I go to the VA. So now, when I go and see the doctor in Bellingham, I see the doctors that are professionals in neurology, well, a range of specialists I see. And it's hard for me to find that time to leave from home and to go see them. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Our last veteran speaker is Indira Ray Chowdhury. She's a mom of 2 boys, a former JAG officer, military attorney in the Gulf War. She's a defender of the Constitution while it's still here. It's going to stay if she has anything to say about it, I'll tell you. Active duty, 1987 to 1992. She waited 10 years for her VA claim to be processed. She is a member of the National Lawyers Guild, a board member of the National Police Accountability Project, member of the ACLU, Amnesty International, and she practices law in Bellingham. Indira.
Someone I greatly admire once said, "I bring you a new commandment, to love your brother as I have loved you." Someone else I admire said, "A man cannot be a true believer until he wants for his brother what he wants for himself." Those two men were Jesus Christ and the Prophet Muhammad. This administration that we have here is one of the most hateful and deceitful administrations in the history of this country, and they're bringing this country down. I don't know if you realize this, but recently in the budget hearings, it's proposed that the VA budget be cut by $23 billion. Billion dollars. The Medicaid budget is being cut by $93 billion. This is being done while young men are naively out there thinking that they're doing something for this country. This is being done when 72 million Americans are without health insurance. This is being done when this country's economy is at one of the worst points it's ever been. And at the same time, we're sending $5 million a day to support the State of Israel that stands in violation of more Security Council resolutions than any other country on earth. We are committing genocide in Palestine, and it's our money that's paying for that. Just this morning, an international solidarity movement activist had his cheek blown off by an Israeli Defense Force soldier. And the Israeli Defense Force soldier that ran over Rachel Corrie is back on duty with no punishment. This is what this administration is paying for. And this administration is looking at a situation in also which there's 250,000 homeless veterans. This administration is looking at a situation where people like myself waited 10 years or more to get their claims. I waited 10 years for my claim. I had a brain tumor that I mysteriously developed during active duty. I wasn't treated for it by the military, and then I developed hepatitis C, and hepatitis C is the leading cause of liver transplants. They project that hepatitis C is going to, the deaths from that is going to exceed the deaths from AIDS in 2010. And I don't have any risk factors for hepatitis C. I'm not a drug user, nothing. I looked in my military folder, and lo and behold, it said that I was exposed to hepatitis, and they did not bother to tell me. And they did not pay for my therapy. My drugs cost $18,000. I had to pay for them out of my own pocket while I waited for this country to process my claim for 10 years, and it wasn't until Senator John McCain intervened that anything was done. And if it were up to them, I would have been dead. I would have been one of those 250,000 homeless veterans. And on top of that, right now it's taking them years to process claims. There's over 500,000 backlog VA claims. And at that point, while we're sending young men and women over there, he is cutting the VA budget by $25 billion so he can pay for the rich to get richer. And while he and his cronies are reaping rewards from the oil companies, from Halliburton, and all of that. And I'm outraged. And I hope you're outraged. And the war isn't just going on out there. We're losing our credibility. We are losing our credibility. We cannot say that we're for justice and democracy while people in Palestine are being oppressed, while people are being jailed and tortured without trial and murdered, and where they're being deprived of their homeland, where they're being deprived of the right to exist. We cannot lift our heads and be taken seriously when we do that. The rest of the world knows that we are the ones who supplied Saddam Hussein with any weapons of mass destruction, with any chemical weapons that he ever had. The United States supplied those to him when we wanted him to fight our war by proxy in Iran, against Iran, after we assassinated Mossadegh because he nationalized the oil company and then supported the Shah of Iran, who killed 1 out of 25 of his countrymen. And when the backlash and the blowback hit, we sent chemical weapons to Saddam Hussein. And now we're sending our young men and women to die to clean up the mess that we created. And the blowback from this war, you have no idea, but there's going to be a huge blowback. And the president of this country is willing to send this country to hell. He is willing to defy every Geneva Convention. He is willing to breach every international law. He is willing to have the United States despised around the globe. And make no mistake, that's what's happened. In order to carry out this agenda. And at the same time this war is being waged overseas, he's carrying out a war right here in your backyard. I'm sure most of you have heard of the USA Patriot Act. The Patriot Act that has resulted in 1,000 or more disappeared in the United States, where people of Islamic beliefs from countries throughout the world have been rounded up and detained without charge, where Ashcroft refuses to release the names or the identity or the locations of these people. We are in a mode where there is secret evidence and there are secret trials, where people are being detained as enemy combatants without the right to a lawyer, without the right to challenge that. And that doesn't stop, it doesn't stop there, because now we've got Patriot Act 2. The Domestic Security Act, where United States citizens can be stripped of their citizenship because John Ashcroft thinks that you're supporting in some kind of way some organization that he unilaterally deems is unacceptable. And that can be done retroactive. You can support someone in some kind of way, give a donation, and after that, they can declare, oh, by the way, now we don't like that group, they're a terrorist organization, and you've just lost your citizenship. That's what he is proposing. Right now, they are also proposing that they can search anybody, wiretap anybody, look at anybody's information for 15 days without any kind of notice or review. Right now, what they're doing is they're using administrative subpoenas and search warrants and looking through your financial information, looking at every book you read, looking at everything you write on the internet. And these are sealed and these are not subject to judicial review. I'm an attorney also, and I'm watching the Constitution fall apart before my very eyes. You are losing your freedom. Everything that we purport to stand for and everything we claim we don't like, detentions without cause, no representation, torture, we're doing it. We are doing it. We are the war criminals. The United States is dying, in my estimation. The Constitution is dying. And I thank you for showing up, because we need each and every one of you, to be a warrior, to fight, to protect this country. This country is dying, and it's not from Saddam Hussein. It's from George Bush, John Ashcroft, Mr. Wolfowitz, Pearl, Cheney, Rumsfeld. What I'd like to ask each and every one of you to do is stay educated. Obviously you are, you wouldn't be here, but there's a lot of people out there that aren't. I'm asking each and every one of you to go and look at what GINSA is. I'm asking each and every one of you to go and look at the general, the retired general that they propose head Iraq. The retired general that was a board member or supporter of GINSA, an extremist Zionist organization that supports Ariel Sharon. That is the person that they are proposing heads Iraq. JINSA. And this is a part of the Program for a New American Century, PNAC. I hope you've all heard of it. It's an insidious and horrible document that was put together 12 years ago and signed by Wolfowitz, Cheney, and Rumsfeld and some other people. And that sets out a program of imperialistic domination and calls for the unilateral invasion of Iraq. And it is being carried out now by the same people who authored it. It's called PNAC. Just put a Google search and put PNAC, Program for a New American Century. And along with this general, and by the way, Cheney and Wolfowitz, Pearl, they're all supporters of GINSA, all of them. Along with this, Mr. Woosley, who used to be head of the CIA, he's also going to participate. He's also a friend of Ariel Sharon. If you think that's going to be accepted in the Middle East, you're wrong. It's not. That is the kind of thing that is going on. And Mr. Woosley said one day, I heard him on television, one thing he said, the one truth that came out of his mouth was, the United States doesn't support democracies abroad. They're too hard to control. So what I would ask you, I appreciate all of you coming, and I appreciate your support, and I know all the veterans appreciate your support, but this country needs your support, no matter what the detractors say. So I ask you to educate yourself, look at what's going on, and do something about it, because pretty soon it's going to be too late. Thank you.
Our next speaker is the Venerable Representative Jim McDermott, and we very much appreciate him and his willingness to stand up on this issue. Let's give him a huge hand.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. One of the things as a politician you never want to do is follow people who've said it all. And that's what I find myself doing here tonight. I think that I couldn't have said more eloquently, I think, than the people who already spoke, the veterans, what my own feelings were. The reason some people have asked me, why are you so wrought up by this war? Well, it's because I spent a couple of years, 1968 to 1970, sitting and listening to people like this, one after another, day after day, for 2 years. Listening to the stories about the Vietnam War, the use of Agent Orange and all these things that people were told were no problem, and then seeing the impact over the course of the years. And when I began to watch what was happening here, as the administration began moving very clearly toward war last July, I had the feeling I'd seen this movie before. And as I sat and watched the Congress let this happen, I became increasingly upset by the fact that nobody was doing anything, so I finally decided I was going to go over to Iraq and see what was going on. The one thing that trip did, I mean, there's a lot of things we could talk about, and I want to try and stay right on depleted uranium tonight. Among the things, in fact, the thing that surprised me the most and really opened my eyes the most was that trip in terms of seeing what the impacts appear to be in Iraq of depleted uranium. We were taken by the people that brought us to Iraq down to Basra in the southern part of the country. You all know now where Basra is. If I put a map up here, everybody could point it out, unfortunately. But I went to a couple of hospitals, and when you talk to people in those areas, physicians, as I did, walking through talking to doctors and nurses, you come away with this awful sense of what has gone on as a result of Gulf War I. Dr. Al-Ali, who was a general physician in Basra, said that before 1991, in his clinic, there were about 4 cancers a month that died, and now he's up to 30 to 35 a month dying. That's a tremendous increase over the last 12 years. A woman named Jenna Hassan, who's a pediatrician, took me through the pediatric cancer wards and saw leukemias and lymphomas that have increased by 300 to 500% over the last 10 years. The first 5 years you don't see very much, and then all of a sudden the graph starts going up vertically. It takes that long for the effects to be known and to be understood, which is why for many of the veterans who you're hearing here and who have been involved in the Gulf War, you have this sense of they had this kind of vague stuff going on and nobody knew what it was, but pretty soon those lines start to go up. And I think that when you've seen people who are suffering from what we did, you cannot walk away from it and say, well, they're just Iraqis, because we're doing it to them again. But even more so, in that war, very few of our troops actually marched through this stuff. But in those first days of this war, when the Americans were not doing very well and they were kind of pinned down by the Iraqi opposition, they were laying face down in this dust and sand all over the place, digging holes in it to hide. They were right in the middle of what we did 12 years before, what we laid down on the ground. And so my fear is that if we don't begin now preparing for the results of what we're doing to our people, we are going to have this someplace 5 or 10 years down the road where we're going to see the real impact of this, as we have seen with Agent Orange. I was looking through or one of my staff was looking through the committee hearings next week, and there's a committee hearing on the incidence of spina bifida in newborns secondary to exposure to herbicides. That means Agent Orange. That's a fancy way of hiding that. It doesn't say Agent Orange in the meeting record, but that's what they're really looking at. They're looking at that today. We're still getting the kinds of deformities at birth that are very, very common among Iraqi women today. The increase among women who are bearing children has been about 300 to 500%, depending where you are, in terms of malformations, real serious malformations, without arms, without legs, without eyes, these kinds of things, real genetic destructive results that are pretty clearly created by something. And the question that comes to your mind as you're standing there as a physician, as I did, was, well, why hasn't the World Health Organization been here to study this? Or why haven't the universities in the United States or in Britain or any place, why haven't they come and looked here at this spike in children's lymphomas and malformations at birth and so forth? It seems like it's such an obvious thing to do. And then when you start digging, you find that, well, you know, the United States funds the United Nations and the World Health Organization, and we have a lot to do with where they spend their money and what they sort of go looking for. And, you know, if you don't look for something, you'll never find it, which is really where we are on this whole question of depleted uranium. And as I was looking, and you saw Doug Rocky talk about some of the various reports, but there was a very interesting one done in 1991. This is by the United Kingdom's Atomic Energy Authority. They said that if 8% of the depleted uranium that was exploded in the war were inhaled, you could expect 500,000 deaths from this single source. Now, that's been in the record now for 12 years. We've had lots of people dying. We've got all kinds of evidence, but nobody wants to go and really do a test and a real epidemiological study that will make clear what's going on and make clear that we have to change this. Now, not only did we put the uranium on the ground, we, through sanctions, refused to give them the equipment necessary to clean up the environment or the expertise, because we said we can't give that to the Iraqis. They might use that for, you know, preparing for war or something. I don't know what the thinking was that said that we would not even allow them to clean it up or have the information. We denied them chemotherapy and analgesics, pain medication. We really spent 12 years of forcing them to live with this thing that we had created, and then denied them the ability to give treatment to youngsters and be cured. Many of these things, like leukemia and lymphoma, can be cured at the Hutchinson Cancer Center, where they have all the medication. But you can't get those medications in Iraq because through sanctions we said no. We said no. And as I look out and at the future coming down the road, I see the veterans that we're sending over there now. You heard Doug talk about the numbers from what went on during the first Gulf War and what the sort of spin-off has been over the course of 12 years. That's what we're setting in motion right now. Absolutely, in the last 3 weeks, we are setting in motion that same thing again. 220,000 people came with disability claims to the Veterans Administration. And what's fascinating, and one of our speakers talked about it, there was an interesting article, and there's a real disinformation campaign going on. Every time I turn around, I see another piece that says, oh, there's no problem, no problem, no problem. And it doesn't make any difference whether you're looking in the New York Times or what you're looking in, you'll find these pieces that say depleted uranium is not a problem. Now, the most recent one was on the 26th of March, just a few days ago. The New York Times had this big story about veterans' health from the Gulf War. And they looked at all the causes of what their exposure. There was a chart like this, which you can't really see very well, but they put down there, well, they were exposed to diesel and petrochemical fumes, and they were exposed to passive smoking, and they were burning trash and feces, and there was smoke from oil wells, and there was skin exposure to fuel, and so on down the line. They've got about 12 things people were exposed to. No depleted uranium. Fascinating. I wrote a letter to the New York Times and I said, usually your science writer is pretty careful and thoughtful. I can't believe that you could write this article and not make one single reference to depleted uranium. Not even raise it as a potential cause or a possible cause. And that's why we put in the bill that you heard Doug talk about. It's House Bill 1483. And it's not some kind of radical, wild, liberal thing. It's just a doctor saying, let's do the studies. Let's the EPA and the Department of Defense and the Veterans Administration do the studies, do the long-term studies. Now, just to show you again, you'll read, when you read some of this stuff in the papers, they'll say, oh, they've tested people and they haven't found anything. If we expose this audience to depleted uranium, and then we tested everybody's urine tomorrow, we'd find it in the urine because your body would be processing it and passing it out of your body. If we tested you in 6 months, we wouldn't find anything. So we could say, well, it obviously didn't have any effect. It's gone. But if you don't check in the bodies, the X-ray or some kind of bioassay that you do with a Geiger counter, you are not going to find what's remaining in the body but no longer being processed out through the kidneys. So when they say they've done testing, yes, they do testing, but it's like looking for flies in your drawers of your dresser at home. I mean, you'd say, well, I looked for flies and there are no flies in there, so, well, of course it's nonsense. And I think that what needs to be done are the real solid kinds of studies. Now, I just want to say a couple things before I quit, and that is that there's some things you people can do, because I know you're all interested. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. Every congressman in this state ought to be on the bill. I got 10 co-sponsors so far, and you folks can start working on them. And that means calling and suggesting to them that they ought to look into this and that it's something that certainly, because they're very sensitive about what the president's done. This $27 billion cut in the VA is going to come back to bite him in 2004, badly. People are going to remember that when they came back, they couldn't get the health care that they are promised. That's what part of the deal is when you go into the military, is that we're going to take care of you, and they are not doing it. And you heard Doug talk about it, and it's going to be, you've heard 4 witnesses to the problem, and that's going to be much worse because they're actually cutting the amount. So part of what you're talking to your Congress people about is, first of all, the issue of getting on a bill to do the studies for depleted uranium and also talk about the veterans' benefits. Those have got to be increased. If we can give $380 billion to the richest people in this country, we ought to be able to throw a few nickels and dimes to the Veterans Administration, I think. To me, now, there is a table outside, and I want to tell you about it so you'll all at least walk by and look at it. It's a table about the VA system, and there are some clinics. There is actually a Gulf War clinic here in Seattle, and people should know about it. It's called the Persian Gulf Clinic, and you'll see a brochure out there. Pick it up. If you know anybody who's having the kinds of problems that you heard today, have them pick it up. There's a doctor out there who's working on this issue and is seeing people. And the important thing for people to understand is that they get the story that they don't know what's wrong with people. Okay, keep going back, keep following, because ultimately we're going to figure this out, as we did with Agent Orange. At the beginning, people said, there's nothing, there's nothing, there's nothing. And a lot of people, but ultimately 15, 20 years later, they began to actually figure out what had happened with Agent Orange. The same is going to happen here, and people need to keep pushing the system to make sure that they get the data so that you've got people's history and what began to happen to them so that we can demonstrate and stop the use of depleted uranium. Now, the other thing is there are vet centers here in the city, and there are the cuts in the Veterans Administration. If some of you have got some time and want to spend some time volunteering, you can find things to do inside the veterans system through the veterans centers. And I think that I would suggest to some of you who may have some time and want to do some things, actually get involved and feel like you've done something. There are some real places inside the system where you can have an impact. I think I want to just say one other thing about Mike Dedrick of Chapter 92 of the Veterans for Peace. Mike, are you here somewhere? I guess he's not. Well, have everybody who's in the Veterans for Peace stand up, because I'd like to see who all came. We've got some. Thank you very much. And finally, let me say one thing about this business about patriotism. There is nothing more patriotic than trying to get the troops home and take care of them. And anybody who accuses somebody who comes to a meeting like this as being unpatriotic or unsupportive of the troops has no basis on which to say that. None of you should take that ever, any place. You are supporting the troops. You are doing much more for them than the people who so willingly send them out there and then turn around and whack the VA budget. That is double message. And finally, I want to thank the people from Wallingford for putting this all together. Getting this kind of publicity. I mean, what's happened with, what happened in Bellingham, and it's sort of spinning. Everything good starts in Washington State. And this country is going to hear about depleted uranium until they're sick and tired of hearing about it, and they do something about it in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much.
Our last speaker this evening is Joe Pemberton, a wonderful lawyer who we at Wallingford Neighbors for Peace were able to get in touch with through Jim McDermott's very helpful office. He cares passionately about this issue. He's a member of Lawyers for Peace in Bellingham. He made the New York Times when he shut his business down the day after the war was started in protest of what he knew we were going to be getting our troops and the people of Iraq and our earth into with this massive use of depleted uranium. Let's give a big hand to Joe.
Thank you, Ellie. I have my, where is the mic? Oh. It crept up on me. I have all these thank yous, but I wanted to start out right away with just a couple comments. Jane Bankston, would you stand up, please? That's the lady who made it possible for Doug Rocky to come out to our trial. A couple other things. Depleted uranium, and Representative McDermott will know better than I think is probably a spin word, because it sounds like it's depleted of something and it's sort of a leftover. It's actually purified uranium-238 with a little plutonium and 234 and 5 left in it, which is much hotter, different kinds of rays coming out of those, and I don't know that. My son is the physicist, but I just wanted you to know that in our trial, my trial, I might as well have been on trial, for Ellen, we did not use the term depleted uranium because I think it is deceptive. We used uranium-238. For instance, And I think this is much more accurate because physicians use that. I saw Doug Rocky, it is Dr. Rocky, he does have a PhD and he's also a major in the Army Reserve too. And when Doug came out, and I about fell out of my chair when I called him up. He didn't know me from Adam. I'm from a place that no one's heard of, except the good people of Seattle. And when Doug said he'd come out, it got kind of personal because he's a personal fellow. He speaks openly, and you learn about Doug. One of the things that I learned was I saw Doug's medical records, which they kept from him for 7 years. And the doctor who wrote the findings from his urinalysis, I asked Doug's permission, by the way, to tell you this, does not say depleted uranium. It does indicate that he has very high levels of, had at that time, high levels of uranium-238. So his doctor's correct, the physicists and the science is correct. I believe it's probably the Department of Defense who decided to call it depleted uranium. And very quickly, one last thing. Depleted uranium, U-238, is a heavy metal. It's 1.7 times heavier than lead. What Jim McDermott was talking about, it being deposited in the body, that's exactly what happens with heavy metals. It's interesting, isn't it, that we don't allow lead to be in paint in the United States, but a metal that is both radioactive and almost twice as heavy as lead, we are spraying in other countries and in our own test ranges and off the coast of Washington. I've read a letter that was sent back to Jim McDermott when he wrote to the Department of the Navy. The Navy told him that we see no harm, we don't believe there's any harm because we're just firing it into the water. Well, that's a paraphrase, Jim, but that's it. He's nodding. Now, what's interesting about that is 2 weeks ago, the United Nations Environmental Program completed their findings in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And they determined that already 25% of the expended depleted uranium rounds there have dissipated and dissolved into the soil from rain or from the minerals that are in the ground. Now, and also their water supply, by the way, is contaminated with U-238, and it re-aerosolizes when you walk through the ground because these are less than 1 micron in many of them in size. Now, it would be interesting to ask the Department of the Navy that if those expended rounds in Bosnia sitting in the ground are dissipating at the rate of 25% already, what's happening to the rounds that are being dropped off our shore in our fishing grounds here in Washington State? They're dissipating too. Now I can say thank you. And by the way, I really shouldn't be up here because the people here are of such high caliber compared to myself. I am a lawyer in Bellingham. I am not a great activist, but looking out on this crowd makes me feel like I'm better than I am. Yeah. Maybe that's how people get great. It's because of you. But the people here tonight inspired me. Ellen inspired me, and I called her up and asked her if she needed help. I read about her, and she said no. She had a very good attorney, and I was depressed. And then we won't go into the reasons why, but she changed attorneys, and that honored me, and I was no longer depressed. But I was busy. The veterans that spoke to you tonight are an incredible inspiration for me because they are so courageous. They have been courageous already, but I have a funny feeling that it takes almost more courage to come out now and say the things that they're saying than it might have taken to enlist and follow orders. And I will say Jim McDermott has inspired me. and he probably didn't even know it. I sent him several emails, and I was told by Ken Cadlick, who I've gotten to know quite well in his office, that that's not always the best way to get his attention if you're not in his district. And I'm not. I wish I was. Actually, I wish he was in my district. But I wrote him because, and I'm glad he mentioned that he went to Iraq, and I'm going to carry it a little further and say he talked to us from Iraq, and he was vilified for that. And I agree with what he said about patriotism. That's why I wrote him at that time, because that's an incredible example. A person who has a lot to risk politically, who does that kind of courageous act, is someone that I like to follow. The problem that we're faced with is right now, and I want to just bring this down to earth a little bit, there's millions of Iraqis that are trying to survive what is called shock and awe. Someone sent me, and I will just tell you what they sent me, and I'll tell you what I thought. It is not anything other than that. A transcript of a speech by Adolf Hitler just prior to invading Poland. And I'll paraphrase it, but it's quite close. He talked about the fact that their arms were being built up, the fact that the homeland and the Reich was in grave danger, the fact that they had to invade to protect the German people. And I thought about that, and I thought about shock and awe, and I thought about blitzkrieg. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Now, I think we're having a little shock and awe here at home. In fact, a lot of it. Even as I speak here tonight, I'm thinking about my words. There was a young fellow who was on an internet connection in Arizona not long ago who typed in the email, "Bush is out of control." Now, he had some activism in his past. Was not a flaming radical, was not like the SDS that we remember from years ago. We're talking about someone who was on an internet connection. He was detained and questioned for about 12 hours. But you know what's interesting about that? Within about 2 days, hundreds of thousands of emails were sent around the United States saying, "Bush is out of control." And I think that's an incredible story because it's a great lesson. You know, we have the Patriot Act. Now we have Patriot Act 2. I don't know where that sits in Congress, but it's there, I guess. I don't know if it's been introduced yet. We have library records that are at risk. We have our high school students' records which are at risk, and they're being routinely accessed. We have detentions without attorneys. It is shocking. What really got to me was watching the most peaceful, largest demonstrations in modern history. And I don't know how long ago that would be, actually, but I've been told it's throughout, but at least modern history, and they were called a focus group. We had, on September 12th, 2 years ago, we had the entire international community coming to our aid and entirely sympathetic with, guess who? The United States population, the citizens of the United States. Incredible. The two first in line were China and Russia. Incredible. There was a day when I was younger and people were building bomb shelters during the Cold War that no one would believe that today. And we have gone from that to being hated by most of the world. I don't know about the people. Someone asked me the other day, we were on a little lawyer march in Bellingham, and someone said, you know, do you think it's really going to matter? And I thought about that, and if I had been thinking on my feet, which I'm supposed to do, I would have said, well, you know, if it doesn't matter to this administration, maybe it'll matter to the rest of the world. Maybe the rest of the world will see the United States citizens out on the street. Now, we have a choice, and we can respond in very many different ways. I like the way that the guy with the email responded and everybody around the country. But here's what I call the 4 Ds. This is what we're being confronted with right now. It's being discouraged, distracted by CNN, demoralized, and then consequently depressed. The appropriate response, as far as the administration is concerned, is to turn to alcohol or our friendly drug companies, which are being supported right and left. I also call it the deer in the headlights syndrome. We can freeze. We can decide to do nothing. Now, or we can act. We can say no, we won't be depressed. We can funnel our anger into action. We can be nonviolent and be very strong. We can put our foot down, or we can stay quiet. We can speak louder when it gets worse. We can work harder when the conditions get worse and it looks more hopeless. And in my opinion, that's what we have to do. If you respond to shock and awe by running and being quiet and worrying about what you say, think again, because it won't be just this generation, but this will never change. We have the opportunity now today to make an incredible change. You have the opportunity. If I was able to get 30 lawyers to go on a lawyer march in Bellingham, and 15 law offices the week before closed our offices down when the bombing started, and we put signs on our windows saying we are closed in honor of the people now dying or being killed in Iraq. That was published in the New York Times. So here is my challenge to Seattle. I want to know where your lawyers are. Where are your nurses? Where are your social workers? Where are the mothers? Where are the fathers? Some of you are here tonight. So here's what I'm challenging you to do. If you want to support our troops, if you think what you've heard tonight is of value, carry it out of this church. Do not hide this information from your friends and your fellow citizens. Give them the opportunity to get this information. The video of Doug Rocky is out here. I know Doug. He is an unimpeachable source. He is their worst nightmare. So you can take this unimpeachable source and you can go out. I'll tell you what, if the Iraqi citizens can fight for their lives, if these wonderful veterans can still fight, if Jim McDermott's willing to fight, you can fight. And I'll be with you.
We want to thank all of you for coming tonight. Please check out the books and photographs in the library, and please carry the word. Spread the word. Thank you.
KBOO Community Radio is looking for a part-time co-sponsorship coordinator to coordinate co-sponsorship and outreach activities with nonprofit organizations. For a full job description, check out our website at www.kboo.fm or call the station at 503-231-8032 to request an announcement.
Аллилуйя, наш Господь живой. Воскресным ранним утром, как Иисус сказал, Он воскрес из мертвых и жизнь вечную нам дал, разрушил силы смерти и греха. Царству Бога нет конца, аллилуйя, аллилуйя, аллилуйя. Иисус, Он живой, смерть побеждена, нам жизнь вечная дана. Он воскрес из мертвых, Он живой, Он живой, Он есть Альфа и Омега, начало и конец. Грехи наши прощены, и теперь свободны мы. Воскресший Агнец Божий, Он живой, Он живой. Аллилуйя, Иисус, Он живой, смерть побеждена, нам жизнь вечная дана. Он воскрес из мертвых, Он живой, Он живой. Он есть Альфа и Омега, начало и конец. Грехи наши прощены, и теперь свободны мы. Воскресший Агнец Божий, Он живой, Он живой. Он есть совершитель, Он есть начальник веры твоей. Он был отвержен всеми, краеугольным камнем стал. Смерти твое жало, Иисус, Он победил. Аллилуйя, аллилуйя. Прекрасный Он советник, могучий Бог Он есть, и Он живет навеки. Он есть сильный мира князь, воскресший Агнец Божий, Он живой, Он живой. Аллилуйя, Иисус, Он живой, смерть побеждена, нам жизнь вечная дана. начало и конец. Грехи наши прощены, и теперь свободны мы. Воскресший Агнец Божий, Он живой, Он живой. Аллилуйя, Иисус, Он живой. Смерть побеждена, нам жизнь вечная дана. Он воскрес из мертвых, Он живой, Он живой. Он есть Альфа и Омега, начало и конец. Грехи наши прощены, и теперь свободны мы. Воскресший Агнец Божий, Он живой, Он живой. Аллилуйя, Иисус, Он живой. Давайте восклицать тому, кто жив. Аллилуйя, нам жизнь вечная дана. Он воскрес ради нашего оправдания. Он воскрес из мертвых, Он живой, Он живой. Он есть Альфа и Омега, начало и конец. Грехи наши прощены, и теперь свободны мы. Воскресший Агнец Божий, Он живой, Он живой. Аллилуйя, Иисус наш живой. Аллилуйя, Иисус живой. Аллилуйя. Врата Божьи начинаются там, где мы видим Его славу, там, где мы видим Его присутствие. Во врата Божьи входите, во дворы Его с хвалой. Славьте Его и хвалите, ибо милостив наш Господь благой. Славьте Бога в песнях и жизни, славьте Бога звуками труб. И каждый день в небе и на земле не смолкает пусть Господу хвала, ибо благ Господь, 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 и во веки веков Его милость. Ибо благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, да ты благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, и во веки веков Его милость. Иисус, мы Тебя превозносим, Иисус, Тебя превозносим. Ты Царь, Творец всего, Ты изменил наши жизни. Так давайте все прославлять Его, ибо благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, да Ты благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, и во веки веков Его милость. Да Ты благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, да Ты благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, и во веки веков Его милость. Во врата Божьи входите, во врата Божьи входите, во дворы Его с хвалой, присутствие Его со славословием. Славьте Его и хвалите, ибо милостив наш Господь благой. Славьте Бога в песнях и в жизни, славьте Бога звуками труб. И каждый день в небе и на земле не смолкает пусть Господу хвала, ибо благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, да Ты благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, и и во веки веков Его милость. Да и благ наш Господь, благ Господь, благ наш Господь, ибо благ наш Господь, и во веки веков Его милость. Ибо благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, ибо благ Господь, и во веки веков Его милость. Ибо благ Господь, и во веки веков Его милость. Ибо благ Господь, и во веки веков Его милость. Благ Господь. Братья и сестра. Is that right? That's good? Okay. Спасибо. Hallelujah. It's so nice to be back with you once again.
Очень приятно снова быть с вами.
And I was so blessed the last time I was here.
И я был очень благословен в прошлый раз, когда я был
For
здесь.
your anniversary celebration.
Когда у вас было здесь празднование юбилея.
And as I recall, it had rained, I think, for 26 days straight in a row
И
before I
насколько я
arrived.
помню, то в то время, когда я здесь был, то дождь не прекращался в течение 26 дней.
And Pastor Pavel gave me an umbrella as a gift when I left Portland so I could remember Portland and the rain.
И пастор Павел подарил мне зонтик, чтобы я помнил о Портленде, когда я буду смотреть на этот зонтик.
But I'm glad to see that the weather has changed since the last time.
Но я рад тому, что погода поменялась с того, как я здесь был в прошлый раз.
And God has really placed you in a beautiful part of this country.
И Господь поселил вас действительно в прекрасном месте этой страны.
I did bring my family with me this time.
Я привез свою семью в этот раз.
And we're actually away from home for 18 days.
И мы уже не находимся дома в течение 18 дней.
We decided to kind of have a vacation as well as a preaching tour.
Мы решили, что у нас будет в одно время и отпуск, и также тур проповеди.
And so last week we spent 5 days camping up on Mount Rainier.
И на прошлой неделе мы были на кемпе на Mount Rainier, это возле Сиэтла, 5 дней.
How many of you have ever been to Mount Rainier? Let me see.
Сколько из вас
your
были на
hands.
горе Rainier?
Okay. Oh my. Well, you should go there.
Вы должны поехать туда.
It's very beautiful.
Там очень красиво.
How many of you have ever been to Mount Hood? Let me see
Сколько из
your
вас
hands.
были на Mount Hood, на Снежной горе?
Okay. Many more. Great.
Намного больше, отлично.
Well, we're hoping to go there ourselves later this week.
Мы надеемся, что мы попадем туда тоже на этой неделе.
I would like to introduce my family, and then my wife and I are going to sing a song for you.
Я хочу предоставить вам свою семью, и потом моя жена споет песню для вас.
But we are going to sing in English because we don't know any Russian songs.
Но мы будем петь по-английски, потому что мы русских песен не знаем.
Can I ask you one more question? How many of you can understand my English right now? Hold up your hand. Okay. Oh, see, we don't even need you here today. Okay. 75% can understand English. All right. All right. So let me introduce my children. First of all, my oldest daughter, Charity. She's 21 years old. Just kind of wave your hand there.
Я
This is
предоставлю
Charity.
свою дочь.
Okay.
Зовут Черри, старшая моя дочь, 21 год.
My son, my only son, Stephen. He's 16.
Мой единственный сын Стивен, ему 16.
And my youngest daughter, Elizabeth. She is almost 12.
И моя младшая дочь Елизавета, ей почти 12.
And this is my wife, Becky.
И это моя жена Бетти.
Why don't you come up here, honey, and take a microphone?
Пожалуйста, пройди сюда и возьми микрофон.
The Lord has helped me to write some songs over the years.
Господь помог мне написать песни в течение прошедших лет.
And we haven't sung them very much publicly.
И мы не пели эти песни очень часто публично.
And so we're just learning how to do that, I guess,
Поэтому
together.
мы учимся, как это делать вместе.
But my wife has a beautiful voice.
Но у моей жены прекрасный голос.
And I have just a regular voice.
А у меня обычный голос.
And so as she sings with me, it helps me to sound better.
И когда она поет со мной, то я тогда лучше тоже пою.
And so thank you, Becky,
Благодарю тебя, Бетти,
for helping me to sing.
что ты поможешь мне петь.
The title of this song is Creator.
Это
Creator, like the creator of the universe.
Это песня о Творце.
And I've been reminded of this song many times as I have been camping this last week in Washington and Oregon.
И я очень много вспоминал об этой песне, когда мы были на кемпе в Вашингтоне, в Орегоне.
Everywhere I go, I see the beauty of God's handiwork.
И везде, куда бы я ни пошел, я вижу прекрасное творение Божьих рук.
And so this song is about a few of the aspects of God's miraculous creation.
И поэтому эта песня описывает несколько аспектов прекрасного Божьего творения.
And I hope that it is a blessing to you.
И я надеюсь, что она послужит благословением для вас.
That's the one. Praise God. Fiery leaves on autumn trees, glowing in the sun. In their prime at harvest time, hated everyone. Breezes blow and they let go on a maiden flight. In the air, without a care, they dance with all their might. Creator, builder of mountains and painter of skies. Creator, sovereign of seasons and giver of life. Displaying to nations your beauty and might. Open our eyes, Lord. Open our eyes. Clinging tight, a blanket of white covers the mountain peak. Waters flow from the melting snow, cascading down a creek. But little streams have bigger dreams to soar as oceans break and build an arching rainbow, refracting heaven's rays. Creator, builder of mountains and painter of skies. Creator, sovereign of seasons and giver of life. Creator, displaying to nations your beauty and might. Open our eyes, Lord. Open our eyes. Amen. Now, I don't want to take up more time than I have been allotted today.
Я не хочу забрать больше времени, чем мне было позволено.
But I would like to just take one small liberty here this morning.
Но я хочу позволить себе одну вещь.
And I never know what is the right or the wrong thing to do.
И я часто не знаю, как правильно или как неправильно
But I'm
поступать.
always willing to give it a good try.
Но я всегда готов попробовать.
I would like everybody to stand to your feet, please.
Можно попросить вас встать на ваши ноги?
And I would like for you to find 5 people nearby you.
Я хочу, чтобы вы нашли 5 человек возле вас.
And I would like you to give them a hug or shake their hand.
Я хочу, чтобы вы или обняли их, или протянули им руку.
And tell them they look beautiful today.
И скажите, что они выглядят прекрасно.
All right?
Хорошо?
Okay, you may be seated. God bless you.
Можете садиться. Бог пусть благословит вас.
Now, one other thing, just to get the commercial part of this out of the way.
Еще одно, чтобы уже закончить с коммерческой частью этой стороны.
Downstairs in the lobby or the narthex, we have some books that we have brought.
Там при входе в церковь, по ступенькам, когда спуститесь, там есть книги, которые мы привезли.
And when people ask me, well, what is the primary thrust of your ministry?
И когда люди спрашивают, какое сейчас основное направление твоего служения,
I always tell them that our goal is to make disciples.
тогда я им говорю, что наша цель делать учеников.
Because that's what Jesus commanded us to do.
Потому что Иисус повелел нам это делать.
And Jesus is interested in a church that is obedient to all of what he commanded.
И Иисус имеет цель, иметь такую церковь, которая исполняет повеление, которое Он сказал.
And it seems that many churches have forgotten that.
И похоже, что многие церкви забыли об этом.
So we're doing what we can to help change that.
Поэтому мы делаем то, что мы можем, чтобы помочь изменить эту ситуацию.
And so the message in this book,
и поэтому в этой книге,
which is titled The Great Gospel Deception,
которая называется «Большой обман Евангелия»,
and is subtitled Exposing the False Promise of Heaven Without Holiness.
и здесь такое подназвание, которое называется «Раскрывая ложные обещания неба без святости».
Talks all about how essential it is to be obedient to Christ's commandments.
И эта книга говорит, насколько важно быть послушным Божьим повелениям.
Because Jesus warned us, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
Потому что Иисус предупредил нас о том, что не всякий, говорящий «Господи, Господи», войдет в Царствие Небесное,
But he who does the will of my Father.
но всякий, исполняющий волю Отца Моего Небесного.
And Jesus said, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will never enter into heaven.
Иисус сказал, если ваша праведность не превзойдет праведности книжников и фарисеев, то вы не войдете в Царствие Небесное.
And so we can't ignore what Christ said.
И поэтому мы не можем пренебрегать словами, которые произносит Иисус.
And so this book is all about that.
И поэтому в этой книге говорится как раз об этом.
And we'll have it some for sale downstairs.
И у нас будут книги предложить вам после служения.
And then we also have these little cards there.
И также у нас есть такие небольшие карточки там.
And this is for people that would just like to be kept informed about what we're doing.
Это для тех людей, которые хотели бы получать информацию, что происходит у нас.
I primarily am ministering to pastors in other parts of the world.
В основном я служу пасторам в разных частях мира.
This year I have been, I think, in 4 or 5 countries so far.
В этом году я был в 4 или 5 странах уже.
In a couple of weeks I'll be in Moldova.
И через 2 недели я буду в Молдавии.
And then right after that I'll be in Ukraine.
И после этого я буду на Украине.
Do we have any Ukrainians here today?
Из Украины здесь есть?
Oh, look at that. God bless you.
Пусть Господь благословит вас.
Okay, well I'll be in your country in about 3 weeks.
Я буду в вашей стране примерно через 3 недели.
And I'll be in a city called Slavansk.
Я буду в городе, который называется Славянск.
My